Juneteenth. As is tradition, we will take turns reading a paragraph into the record. Then we'll take council member comments on both. And then after that, we will open it up for public comment. So with that, why don't we start with the proclamation recognizing June 2023 as Pride Month. Why don't we go in order? David, can you start us off?
Sorry.
Oh, we'll start the other way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with Carrie. Carrie, would you start us off, please?
Yes. Whereas June is a time to celebrate and recognize our dynamic and diverse Moraga community and to promote a healthy, safe, and supportive environment for all, and
whereas the town of Moraga has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning LGBTQ+ community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and respect for all people in this community and to providing our LGBTQ+ youth with a safe environment in which to grow and thrive, and
whereas many of the current and past residents, students, town employees, and business owners and their employees within the town of Moraga have contributed to the enrichment of our town and are part of the LGBTQ+ community and their supporters, and
whereas more than ever, it is important for communities like the town of Moraga to show both support for our residents and stand in opposition to intolerant treatment, and
Whereas states, municipalities, businesses, educational and religious institutions across the United States recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month, and
whereas June has become a symbolic month during which LGBTQ+ people, their employers, church communities, families, friends, and supporters come to in various celebrations of pride and unity.
now therefore be it resolved that I, Renata Sauce, Mayor of the town of Moraga, along with my fellow council members, do hereby declare the month of June 2023 as Pride Month. All right, thank you. And then we will read the next proclamation into the record as well. This is a proclamation recognizing the 19th of June as Juneteenth in the town of Moraga. Steve, can you start us off?
sure, be happy to. The 19th of June as Juneteenth in the town of Moraga. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States, and
whereas news of the Emancipation Proclamation reached Texas on June 19, 1865, when it was announced that the people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free, and
whereas over time, states, cities, and most recently the United States government have recognized the 19th of June as Juneteenth and publicly commemorated the end of slavery in this country, and
Whereas Juneteenth stands for, did I skip over David?
You skipped over me.
I'm sorry, David.
Whereas Juneteenth stands for the foundational principles of freedom, dignity, opportunity, and equality for all people, and
Whereas the town of Moraga is committed to those principles, and
whereas Juneteenth reminds us of the importance to our community and to our democracy of treating everyone with equal measures of respect.
now therefore be it resolved that I, Renata Sauce, Mayor of Moraga, on behalf of my fellow council members, do hereby proclaim the 19th of June as Juneteenth in the town of Moraga and urge all members of our community to join in recognizing this important day and the principles that it represents. All right, thank you. Actually, why don't we start with, is there any public comment on either of the proclamations? I have one. Justine Parmalee, would you like to speak? Yes, please come to the, I think, is the microphone on?
It's green. Is that on?
That means it's on.
Okay,
That
great.
means you can talk. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Justine Parmalee. I am a new resident of Moraga. Just moved here last Monday. Although I'm not new to La Marinda, I've lived in Lafayette for 16 years. I came to thank you so much for the Pride Proclamation tonight. I am a proud PFLAG mom. I have a 16-year-old child in the LGBTQ+ community. And you have no idea the impact something as simple as a proclamation can have on someone who may feel marginalized in our community. So I came to thank you for that. I noticed the beautiful pride flags on the dais today. I would love to see one at Moraga Commons Park. Neighboring cities of Lafayette and Orinda both fly the Progress Pride flag. The Acalanes School District and the Moraga School District fly the Pride flag. I think it's time for Moraga too. You know, it'll be seen by children and youth in our communities as well as parents, and as you've said, it does make a big impact. So thank you so much for your proclamation. I do hope you consider flying the flag.
Thank you, Justine, and welcome to Moraga. It's good to have you. Any other public comment on the proclamations? All right, I'll close public comment. Any council member comments? Teresa.
Yeah, I just want to say that the proclamations, both of these proclamations, are so beautifully written. Did you write them?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I take the fifth.
But they mean so much. I could not add anything to it except for just the heartfelt, yes, we're doing something right for people and people of this community and people who visit this community. It's important. Thank you.
David? Carrie?
No, it's fine.
The only thing I really want to position myself with the comments from Councilmember Onoda. I don't really know what more I can add. I just wanted to reemphasize one of these whereases, because I think it's really apropos for both. Whereas now more than ever, it is important for communities like the town of Moraga to show both support for our residents and stand in opposition to intolerant treatment. And I think that both of these statements are a vital message from our town.
Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. I come from the experience growing up in a number of different communities, and honestly, in both of these areas, the LGBTQ plus and African Americans did not have a lot of exposure growing up, and that came with time, and we go through life as a learning experience, and I really hope that at this point I've got a pretty good background in the challenges that both of these demographic groups have faced, and I hope that I can walk the talk at this point to the degree I can. And the word that I really focus on is tolerance. Because tolerance is much broader than just these two groups, or to the subject we're dealing with here. There's just so many examples of both opportunities and better tolerance, and I value that my children had exposure to a broad range of demographic groups at a much younger age than I did. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just echo my fellow council members' comments. I also want to focus on respect and on the notion that words matter. There's been a lot of transphobic vitriol and hate speech lately. State legislatures around the country are taking steps to deny the humanity of transgender youth and to make parents who support their kids into criminals. Those words and actions have deeply painful and dehumanizing consequences. So do other behaviors that may be less intentional or are more subtle. To help us understand just how this feels to the people directly affected, I'd like to read a letter from my transgender son, Jamie. He wrote this especially for tonight, and kids who grew up with him in Moraga knew him as Jenna. Many of you support transgender rights, and I want to give you the opportunity to understand the oppression and dehumanization that I have learned to expect by telling you about one instance of transphobia I experienced when I was hospitalized for anemia last month. I'll be using the present tense in describing the event because I want you to imagine experiencing it with me, as me. My legal name is Jenna. I go by Jamie. I tell the nurse who's taking my vitals. I say nothing more. Nursing is a tiring and thankless job, and I wish I could be warmer, but I'm so tired. Compared to the patients who are yelling at the nurses and belittling them for tiny mistakes, I'm easy. A few minutes later, I hear this nurse and her coworkers complaining just outside the curtain around my bed. They have every reason to complain, but why are they complaining about me? One nurse asks, so she says she's not a girl. That prompts a 30 to 45-minute discussion about how I must think I deserve special treatment, about how transgender people are overly sensitive, and about the militancy of the transgender movement. I wish I had the physical strength to join the conversation. I want to ask them why they think I'm overly sensitive. I want to say that I never demanded special treatment from them, quite the opposite. I didn't ask them to call me by my name. I simply told them what it was. I want them to question why they think the trans movement is unreasonably militant when trans people are statistically more likely to be poor, uneducated, and suicidal. We do not have enough power to be oppressive to anyone. The people who have yelled at me on the street, violated my privacy, and denied me the agency of my own body will never face consequences for their transgressions or even their crimes. I struggle to understand why I can't be called by my name. When people tell me their name, I call them by that name because I want to respect all of who they are. Small acts of respect add up, allowing people to be themselves without fear of scorn or shame. Every time I've been able to create a space for someone to feel unconditionally accepted, they show me the full depth of their intelligence and reveal every dimension of their beauty. Because we still live in a world where ladies and gentlemen means people, we fail to humanize transgender and intersex people. Why not change this? Why suppress the full spectrum of humanity? Why love in black and white when we could instead love in every color? When I tell you my name, when your child tells you their name, when a neighbor tells you their name, we invite you to join us in this changed world. We cannot make you come with us, but I don't understand why you would refuse. You have so much to gain and nothing to lose. Thank you. He's a beautiful soul, and I'm very proud of him. Okay, with that, I will open it up to public comments and suggestions. This is time for members of the audience that are in chambers with us to address the council on matters that are not on the council's agenda. There will also be an opportunity for public comment on each of the items on the agenda at the appropriate time. We welcome input from the public and very much appreciate when comments come in at 3 minutes or fewer. And again, this is for items that are not on the agenda, so anything on the budget or the building code or the housing element or the capital improvement plan, we'll take comments on that later. Okay, so I have first John Panetta. Welcome, John. Good to see
Hey,
you.
y'all. How are you guys doing? Good evening. I am John Panetta, and I am the former president of the board of the Moraga Chamber of Commerce. It has been a great privilege to have served as president, and I want to provide you with a background of the last 3 years. In 2021, our membership took a steep dive. We lost our executive director, half our board due to COVID. The remaining board members had significant health issues and businesses they needed to attend to during the midst of the pandemic. So we had a choice: let the chamber fold in the most desperate hour of our business community, or step up. Everyone in this room knows the choice we made. By May of 2023, we hired a new executive director, secured $275,000 of ARPA funds, worked with the town to implement a grant program for Moraga businesses, repopulated the board, and reinstituted the Moraga Community Fair. We had a mission and decided to do everything we could to pick up a hammer and a stake and hammer in our values into this community. However, one of the main challenges, I believe, is the multiple silos different members of our community live in. When others describe Moraga, they mention that it feels completely disjointed and out of touch, with numerous parties interested in different outcomes for our town. What others don't realize is the massive potential our community has. Moraga was once the focal point of where the United Nations was supposed to be built, but instead of hundreds of limousines with hundreds of nations flags streaming down Moraga Road, we instead have soccer parents and minivans taking our children to football practice, summer camps, and public schools. Schools that are ranked top 250 in the nation, top 30 in California, and top 5 in the Bay Area. Our community is one of the safest in our state, and families move here for those reasons. I have no doubt that the building of bridges and forging of common grounds and engagement of all members of our community will determine to a significant extent how successful we as a community will be when creating a welcoming and upbeat home for new families choosing to live here, while simultaneously keeping the core of our town's identity intact. It will be our job to preserve and build upon those who come before us, but also not forget the backbone of our community, the people who keep the lights on during the worst of times, the businesses. I stand here not for selfish reasons, but because during the last half-decade, we saw and continue to see our nation tear itself from within. While everyone continues to focus on what divides us, our community has a choice. Continue down that same path or choose to do the opposite. While I'm taking my chamber badge off, that does not mean this will be the last time you have seen me in the council chamber. My love for our town is enormous, and I intend to do more to help move towards our common goals. Thank you to the council for all your help these past 3 years. Thank you for the staff for all the work that you do, and thank you to the leaders that keep the community healthy. I yield the remainder of my time to the chair and Madam Mayor.
Thank you, John. We look forward to seeing you again, as you promised, right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, next we have Mark. Hi, welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
Are you on an item not on the agenda?
Not on the agenda.
Excellent. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys all. First of all, I just want to comment, I was not planning on talking about this. I had no idea the proclamation for Pride Month or Juneteenth was happening today, and I'm actually exceptionally proud to have been at this meeting and heard that, and I'm honored to have heard the letter from your son. That was amazingly touching. So thank you guys for doing that, for standing up, and for our town, because I think that's important. And I know Justine, who spoke earlier, is not here anymore, but I wholeheartedly agree with her sentiment that us as a town proclaiming our own pride for ourselves and each other, regardless of what anybody identifies as, I think is important. And I would be very proud to see that flag fly in our town. That's not why I came here today. I just simply came for a very brief moment. I just wanted to say that one, in support of John. John, it's been a great pleasure working with you as a colleague on the chamber board, as well as some other folks that were on the chamber board with me. And I'm very proud of what we all accomplished, frankly, those of you on the panel here with the chamber in conjunction with all the work that we did with ARPA funds. There's a little bit of ARPA money left. I just simply wanted to say, let's finish the job. It's 20 grand. There's millions that came in that grant to us. I think it's a very minor thing to finish the job and just issue the grants for the other businesses and organizations that have applied. So I just really wanted to express that, and I appreciate what you guys have done so far as a council. Scott, I've had some interactions with you now separately from this, and I appreciate you being in our town. So thank you guys, and that's really it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Good to see you. Next, Mike McClure. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. I too would like to echo, it was a pleasure to work with John, and I look forward to doing that again. My main topic tonight is a follow-up on the treatment of the Palos $1.5 million payout to the pension trust to be treated as a loan. At the 9/28/22 Town Council meeting, the Town Council directed staff to respond to the idea of treating the $1.5 million pension trust payment from Palos as a loan, to be paid back either $100,000 or $150,000 a year for 10 or 15 years. Like Measure K, these funds have an intention for development impact fees and new recreational features as agreed to by the CEO of Richfield and our town manager, reference letter 3/15/2006. So where would this money come from? So Scott and Annie have been very generous with their time, and we had a conversation, and I was expecting to see a Measure K revenue adjustment, and sure enough, there is, and that could be an opportunity to do a loan this year. The other thing I'd like to remind you of is when worst to first streets are completed, end of next year, fiscal year 6/24, per public record from the prior town manager, asset replacement of over $400,000, storm drains of over $500,000, these are annually, and roads can be funded by Measure K, gas tax, and garbage vehicle fees. Therefore, there's no need for the resolution to move the surplus to only asset replacement. The surplus, which has averaged $500,000, can be used really for any town need. And I would say there is an opportunity to have this $100,000 loan for the next 10 or 15 years. The surplus this year was $700,000, so it is significant. I'd also like to just remind everybody, I think we are recreationally poor in our town, love the commons, but we don't have a community center like most towns. We don't have a sports field outside of schools, and there are other items, and these aren't cheap. They cost money. Also, I'd say don't underestimate the development impact fees when we actually do this development, assuming that we do, for traffic and safety. So I ask for you to please support, discuss, and approve this item to treat the payment from Palos as a loan. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. All right. This technically is not on the agenda, so Ricky, do you want to go first? Sure. From your group? Okay.
Great, thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for listening to me. Good evening, members of the Town of Moraga Council. My name is Ricky Juster, and I've been managing the La Marinda Spirit Van program since September of last year. I have here with me my program assistant, John Raskin, and one of our cherished passengers, Bob Stice. As you may know, La Marinda Spirit Van was founded in June 2006 and serves the Tri-City area of Lafayette, Moraga, and Orinda. The seniors of Moraga utilize anywhere between 45 and 52% of our total ridership. In the last 11 months, the Spirit Van provided 1,363 rides to Moraga seniors alone. That's approximately half the total number of rides we provide. Lafayette seniors use a similar percentage, and Orinda residents use considerably less. You've seen the other statistics in my report of June 8th about the expected increase in the senior population and data regarding our budget. You've also received communication in various forms from several of our Moraga passengers, drivers, and La Marinda Village testifying as to how vital our service is. This is the only affordable service of its kind in Moraga. It enables able-bodied seniors to continue living their lives whose only limitation is that they simply can't drive. It is the only affordable and convenient service for those with physical limitations. After all, we serve any La Marinda resident who is 60 years or older. Those are our only two criteria for eligibility with our program. We take seniors to destinations such as grocery stores, medical appointments, the VA in Martinez, hair and nail salons, exercise classes, lunch at Cafe Casa in Walnut Creek, and the La Marinda Movers monthly dinner right here in Moraga. The transportation we provide is more than a ride. The transportation we provide is companionship when a passenger gets to socialize with the driver or other passengers. For a passenger, it's having someone who cares about their well-being and checks in on them when they might not even have anyone else in the area, if at all. It's even meant saving a life. Yesterday, I attended the Future of Seniors Roundtable discussion at Hacienda de las Flores, and the La Marinda Spirit Van was mentioned. I took this as my cue and introduced myself. To be brief, interest was expressed in our program was expressed by both the attendees and the recreation coordinator. There is clearly great potential for future collaboration with the Park and Rec Department here. So here's our request, basically that you contribute $20,000, which is approximately 10 to 12% of our budget, while using 50% of our services. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricky, and thanks for all you do for our seniors.
Thank you.
Bob, welcome.
Thank you. Excuse me, I took a little time.
Take your time.
Compliments of spending 3 combat tours in Vietnam.
Oh, wow. Well, it's good to have you here.
Hi, my name is Bob Stice, and I've been a resident of Moraga for a little over 8 years. The first 6 years were a house that we lived in over in the country club area until my wife passed. And my 2 sons very aggressively suggested that I move into a support facility. I went along with it, and they were right. I was wandering around the big house and eating microwave dinners because I can't cook. So I took their advice, and we sold the house, or I sold the house, and we moved to Aegis. Aegis is a nice place. You know, it's a good facility. The staff are very helpful. And the food is much better than my microwave dinners. My only problem is just too many goddamn old people living there, but what can I say? After I moved there, I found out my sons not only sold the house, they sold my Mercedes. So I found myself in need of having transportation needs. I still have a flip phone, so I can't use all those fancy route services, so I was stuck with using the Orinda taxi. They were always late, they were very expensive. And that's when someone told me about the Spirit Van. And it's not only been a lifesaver to me, but everybody else that uses it from my community. It's a very wonderful service. It only cost me $10 round trip to go any place in the 3-city area. The vans are always very well kept, and luckily they have disabled abilities to use them. It's been a lifesaver to me and everybody else, and you know, from the older people that live in your community, I really hope you support this because it's very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. All right, John Raskin. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. I work with Ricky, as she mentioned. I'm a part-time dispatcher, and I also drive one of the vans. I'd just like to give you some information on some of the letters that we received from some of the passengers. This one says, to whom it may concern, for the last 4 years, the La Miranda Spirit Van has provided transportation to our monthly dinner for several of our seniors who cannot drive. The average age of our members is 81, with many in their 90s. Without the Spirit Van, these people would be left alone in their homes and missing out on something that for many of them is all they have. We will be using the services of the Spirit Van for as long as it's available, and I cannot imagine not having this service available to our members. It would be a tragedy. And this is from Keith Katzman, who's the president of La Miranda Movers. And then just one more here. This is from Jean Roberts. She's lived in the country club area, I think, since the mid-'70s. Jean, I think, is 94. Very vital, but she can't drive anymore. In fact, her eyesight is so poor that she had her daughter write this for her. And Jean says, I was devastated when I had to give up my car due to vision problems almost a year ago. Fortunately, I was told about the Spirit Van and began using their services frequently. I honestly say that without their help, I would not have been able to live independently, as I have been able to do for the last year. Their dispatchers and drivers are very friendly and efficient. It's imperative that the Spirit Van continue to grow and expand to help seniors and people with disabilities who need their services. Sincerely, Gene Roberts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, Jim. All right, any other public comment on matters that are not on the agenda for tonight? All right, seeing none, and Yashin, I don't think we got anything in correspondence. Okay, great. All right, next item then is adoption of the consent agenda. Are there any items that council members wish to pull? I would like to pull 6.7. That'll be very quick. Could I get a motion to, well, first, is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Okay. Could I get a motion on all but 6.7?
Move for approval of consent agenda items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, and 6.8 as proposed.
So moved. Or second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. The motion passes unanimously. I'm pulling 6.7, which is the Local Sales Tax Oversight Committee annual report. As you all know, the Local Sales Tax Oversight Committee is the citizen committee that is the eyes on the spending of Measure K funds, and they basically make sure that the funds are being spent appropriately. I pulled it to do two things. One is to give my thanks and our thanks on behalf of all of us to this committee and the very important work that it does around accountability and transparency of Measure K spending. I also just wanted to, for the benefit of those in the audience, read to you some of the key findings of the committee. Following the committee's review, the expenditures were found to be consistent with and in support of Measure K goals and objectives and the conditions set forth by the Town Council based on our review of sampled expenses amounting to 83.5% of the total pavement management program expenditures. The pavement management program, which is largely funded by Measure K funds, proceeded in a manner consistent with the commitments made to the voters of Moraga. We, the Local Sales Tax Oversight Committee, have been monitoring the spending and continually assigning a clean bill of health with regard to Measure K funds. All right, any council members want to add anything?
Thank you very much for surfacing that.
Okay. All right.
And I also thank the committee. I mean, it's not the most glamorous position in the town, but very important.
It is important. Okay, with that, I will move adoption of consent item 6.7.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Okay, we move on then. We now go to the adoption of the meeting agenda. I would like to propose something to my colleagues because we do have, although we got a lot of public comment done already, we also, I want to take into account the public. I want to take into account the fact that we have consultants here to address certain items. And we also, there is a particular order of the agenda that I think we need to follow because it makes logical sense. But what I would propose that we do is we start with 10, ordinances, resolutions, and requests for action. And under 10, so move it in front of 9. So we do the public hearing after the ordinances, resolutions, and requests, unless Karen tells me I can't do that. And then within 10, we start with 10A, which is the energy generation study, because that flows into the budget discussion, then do the budget and CIP, which is item 10C, then the lighting assessment district, then the housing element. Is that agreeable to council members? Or do you have other suggestions? And then 9.
I'm okay with it.
Carrie?
Yep.
All right. So I'll move that we reorder the agenda in that fashion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Is there any public comment on this? Sorry. Okay, no. Excellent. All right. Next, reports. Town Manager, Scott, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Since some of the items might go a little longer, I'll point out some of the cool things coming up. The summer concert series on Thursday nights have started, and they'll go through August 3rd. They start at 6:30 p.m. at the band shell, and Hacienda nights start on Tuesday, June 20th from 5 to 9 p.m. And then, of course, the July 4th celebration. So for those in the room and those who may be watching, you have an opportunity to donate to help cover the cost of putting this exciting fireworks event on each year. So there should be an improved and user-friendly page on the town's website under Parks and Recreation. And I'll have other comments toward the end of the meeting, so thank you.
Okay. Carrie?
Nothing to report.
David? Okay. Steve?
I'll make up for you two. First of all, I'd like to report that hopefully, as everyone has seen, the Worst First Road repair program is well underway, and there's been lots of activity. I am getting lots of very positive feedback, and I forward that on to the town staff, and especially Public Works. People are ecstatic. And I even forwarded the videotape of the repairing of Shuey to some of the road groupies who are, enjoying that. That's, if you get the chance, go to the page under Public Works for the road repair program, and there is a Vimeo presentation, which is really quite interesting to watch, how smooth that operation is. 2 weeks ago, there was the AFC meeting, the Audit and Finance Committee meeting. I was remote in Oregon, but I did get the chance prior to that to review the CIP budget and also the operating budget. I provided input to that committee. That helped me in my review this week. And finally, I'll say a little bit about the Hacienda, and then you can augment Teresa. Teresa and I are the ad hoc committee working with staff, neighbors, and Wedgwood with regard to the operation at the Hacienda, and in particular noise intrusion. Progress is being made. It's a slow process, but I think we're approaching the point, at least from the ad hoc committee standpoint, where we need to sit back and take a review of where we are and where we can get to. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Teresa?
Okay, thank you. I was just writing about what Steve and I have been doing. If you're looking for Steve and I on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday night, go to Devon, and you will see us there, because we're sitting there with our phones, listening looking at the decibels to see, what the neighbors are experiencing. So we've taken this ad hoc very seriously. And, like Steve said, it's coming to a point where I think, hopefully it will work out. We're hoping. And, it's not from lack of effort. So far as Chamber is concerned, because I'm the liaison for Chamber, on June 7th, the Chamber will have a talk on how to market your business in the virtual age, with information on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and video. It will be for businesses in Moraga who are not Chamber members, and of course Chamber members. The dates will be July 19th, 20th, and 26th from 6 to 8. They will let us know the location, and I think they're still figuring things out. So if you're interested, contact the Chamber. I think that's a very important thing that they're doing. I think they're really putting their thumb on the pulse of business people. End of report.
Thank you, Teresa. I have a couple things. One is, as some of you may have noticed, I think it was around May 18th and 19th, it was Move Out Day at St. Mary's College. Historically, that has created an immense amount of garbage on the streets, on Ascot Drive, and on the St. Mary's campus. Recycle Smart, in collaboration with Mount Diablo Recycling, undertook a pilot program this year in Moraga during move-out days, where dumpsters and especially containers for reusable items were put out. And it was a smashing success. A lot of stuff that otherwise would have ended up in landfill is now going to be given to charities. And then items that would have been improperly disposed of in the landfill pile ended up in the recycling bin as they were supposed to. And I walked the St. Mary's campus the morning after move-in. It was pristine. Not a piece of trash anywhere. So look for more of those. And I also want to urge everyone to take advantage of reuse days. There's 2 of those a year, one in the spring and one in the fall, where you can put out gently used items that might still be of value to others. That program has existed since 2015, and I just want to let you know that over 22 million pounds of reused items have been donated to charities during that time. And last year, 32,000 homes in the Recycle Smart service area, which is mostly Central Costa County, availed themselves of the program. There also is a direct correlation between reuse days and extra garbage pickup days and a decrease in illegal dumping. So a success story. Hopefully it'll get rolled out around the service area because it was such a success here. And then again, I want to reiterate, I urge everyone to please buy a rocket in support of our wonderful 4th of July fireworks show. It's a fabulous event, but just like everything, the costs are going up. You can go to the town website to donate. I understand there might have been a few little glitches before, but those, I am told, have been fixed. So it should be easy to donate, and we appreciate whatever you can spare to support our cherished tradition. That is the end of my report. Okay, next item then is item 10A, which is the Town Facilities Energy Generation Study. So we are, as I understand it, receiving a report from staff and our consultant and providing feedback to staff. This is not an action item. So we'll have the staff, thank you, Yashin, staff report, then council member questions, then public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and any direction to staff. Welcome.
Mayor, council members, pleasure to be here. My name is Craig Lewis. I am the founder and executive director of the Clean Coalition. We are a very technical nonprofit with a mission to accelerate the transition to renewable energy and a modern grid. We work with cities, counties, school districts, utilities, CCAs, and lots of other entities to help them develop programs and to get renewable energy systems and mostly in the form of solar microgrids into their critical community facilities in particular. A year ago, the Clean Coalition was here giving a presentation on the robust study that we had done up to that point in time. That happened in May of 2022. It was a different representative from the Clean Coalition. Greg Thompson was here. But I'm happy to be here tonight, and I believe that what I will present is going to be compelling to move forward with. And that is my hope that you will agree it makes sense to move forward with the 3 critical community facilities, solar microgrids for the 3 critical community facilities that I will be presenting on. And more specifically, the Clean Coalition is going to be recommending that those energy systems are comprised of solar energy storage, which is essentially batteries, and diesel generator systems. And those will be providing economic, environmental, and resilience benefits to 3 sites. That is the town hall and police station building. That is also the corporation yard and the council chambers building, which is where we're at, and the library. So those are the 3 facilities. My presentation is structured with a 10-page summary, and that's going to be the slides that I'm going to go through. And that is followed by an appendix, which is filled with about 50 slides of very detailed information, which will be available to us if we want to get into any particular details. Those are there to support my process of answering any questions that you might have. So I will begin the presentation. The feasibility study was really done with the intention of aligning with the town's goals, particularly goals around providing support to critical facilities and services, and also to be aligned with environmental objectives that the town has. One of the important elements here is to, I think everybody's become aware with all of the wildfires that we've dealt with in this region of California. Plus, you can't open up a newspaper nowadays without hearing about some kind of disaster that's happening somewhere around the country. So the disasters come in all flavors. Some of them are natural, some of them are man-made. And I think everybody is becoming aware that we need to have more resilience in our communities, and I think Moraga, is having an appreciation for that as well. And if it's not the disasters, it's the potential for a disaster to strike and the proactive shutdown of our electricity systems. Those are called public safety power shutoffs, and we're all experiencing those as well. So I will move on to a quick mention of the differences between where things were at from an industry standpoint a year ago when the presentation happened in May of 2022 to today. So there's a handful of important changes that have happened. First, the first big one is, let's see, sorry about that. The first big one is that the utility rates have changed pretty substantially. So the utility rates for the electricity rates that Moraga is paying today are 16% higher than they were just a little over a year ago. So that is a very substantial rate increase. And it's not just Moraga, right? It's across the state. Rates are increasing way faster than anybody ever anticipated rates would be increasing, and there's a lot of reasons for that. In addition, there's been some changes to some of the policies that solar projects in particular are subjected to. And the main one is referred to as net energy metering. We went from the second rendition of that program, which we refer to as NEM 2, net energy metering is referred to as NEM. So we went from NEM 2 to NEM 3, and that changeover just happened in April, just a couple of months ago. The net effect of that is that solar energy that gets exported to the grid is worth less today than it was back in April, the first half of April. Second half of April, any new projects coming that get approved for interconnection after the middle of April are subjected to NEM 3. So that's the second big change that's happened since last May. There, of course, are updates to the pricing for solar and energy storage. And interest rates have gone up a lot since that time, so there's also been impacts on the cost of financing. There's been discussion around power purchase agreement approaches, and I will be actually recommending that the town pursues a PPA approach, a power purchase agreement approach. But those rates have impacted, costs of financing on everything have gone up, so that also impacts the PPA rates. So that's a big change from last year. And then a very favorable change that has happened since last year is that the Inflation Reduction Act got passed, and in that is a feature called direct pay. And what direct pay allows is for tax-exempt entities like cities, counties, school districts, et cetera, to basically invest in solar and storage projects and all of the costs associated with those projects. So if you have to upgrade the electrical equipment in order to install the solar, all of that gets included. And the tax-exempt entity, so in this case the town of Moraga, can have access to the investment tax credit, which is worth 30% of the installed cost of the project. So it's huge, hugely significant. So that is a very favorable change that has happened. I know I viewed the discussion that the council had on May 10th, And I wanted to just, bring up, I wanted to address some of the discussion points from that May 10th meeting. And one of the discussion points was, the visual impacts of the solar projects. And so the Clean Coalition put together a couple of images here. These are real photographs of buildings that we think are similar to what, for example, the photo on the left, we think that looks a fair amount like the town hall building, the town offices building. And to me, that looks pretty nice. So I hope you all agree. But in any case, that's probably what it will look like when we get solar on it, assuming we get solar on it. The picture on the right is, those are solar parking canopies from a retirement community in Montecito, California, which is down in the Santa Barbara area. And they're very picky about how things look. The colors of those canopies had to go through a design review board. I mean, every little detail. And so solar parking canopies can look very, very pleasant. I know that there was some discussion about how they look at the schools, and those are usually a little bit more of an industrial look. That's the cheapest installation you can do, so it does cost a little bit more to get that architectural treatment, but it certainly can come out looking very, very pleasant. There was also some discussion around the power purchase agreement approach, and I just wanted to be really clear that this is a very standard approach. So if you look at the bar chart there at the bottom left, in terms of solar projects throughout California, the most common approach is for a customer to own the projects. Now, this bar chart captures residential level, commercial and industrial, which all of the sites that we're talking about, they're considered commercial industrial market segment, the size of the projects. They are in these numbers. So customer-owned is the most common approach, but the second most common approach is the power purchase agreement approach. It is used widely. It's used for residential. It's used for commercial and industrial projects. And then there are some other approaches that are very rare in comparison to PPAs and to customer ownership. And in fact, there are something on the order of over 300,000 PPAs that exist today in California, and that data is from a database that the state of California keeps updated. And it's called the California Distributed Generation Statistics is the entity that keeps these stats, and the web link is there on the slide in case anybody wants to go poke around. Lots of really interesting data there. The Clean Coalition has facilitated solar projects and solar microgrid projects for the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And all those projects, there's 14 projects, 6 of which are full solar microgrids where the critical loads at those schools will never turn off. So the refrigerators, the communication systems, the emergency sheltering facilities, those loads will never ever turn off, no matter how long the grid might be down for. The rest of the loads will be on for a significant percentage of time as well, because the way the solar microgrids, every day there's some solar that hits the planet Earth, and those photons create electricity when they hit the solar panels. So even if it's rainy and stormy, if you can see outside, there's actually some level of solar generation happening. Obviously, it's not as much if it's as if it's a bright, sunshiny day. But the bottom line is that these projects for the Santa Barbara Unified School District, these are very similar projects to what we're talking about here for the town of Moraga. They are all power purchase agreement projects, and they will save the school district almost $8 million over the 28-year period of those power purchase agreements. They will also provide for free, just additional value on top of that $8 million, an additional $6.5 million in value of resilience. And that $6.5 million is what the school district would have had to pay to get the same level of energy resilience from installing diesel generators. So essentially, they're getting about $15 million. Somebody's just handing them $15 million that they don't have to come out of pocket. Somebody else is coming up with all the upfront capital expenditure. Somebody else is responsible for doing all the operations and maintenance. So all the CapEx is handled by an outside party. The OpEx is handled by that same party. And the school district is only committing to pay for the solar energy that gets delivered. So there's no risk on the school district either. If the system is down for whatever reason, there's no solar energy being delivered, there's no payment. So the power purchase agreement is a very safe approach for a municipality, and it is the most common approach that a municipality would take. So the Clean Coalition is, we've studied lots of combinations, permutations of the various energy systems that the town can consider. And the three that rose to the top are the three that are shown here. And these are being presented in the ranked order. So the top one, the one that is comprised of solar and battery storage and diesel generators, that is the solution that the Clean Coalition is recommending the town to proceed with. And as it says in small font there in the title, we're recommending that the town proceed with the solar microgrids on 3 facilities: the town hall police station, the corporate yard, the corporation yard and council chambers facilities here, and the library. And I'm going to go through some of the economics here, but at the high level, the solar plus storage plus diesel has the best economic outcomes for the town. So as you can see, the 25-year value to the town is a little over $500,000 under that approach, under the solar plus storage plus diesel approach. That $520,000 is broken down into 2 components. The first component is about $300,000 in bill savings. So that is money that the town will retain rather than having to pay it out to PG&E, or we know that you're part of MCE, but I'll just refer to it as PCE to make it easy. PG&E. MCE just takes care of the energy portion of the bill. You still get your bill from PG&E, and the energy piece of it is just coming from MCE. So in addition to the $300,000 in bill savings, there's an additional value of resilience of $225,000. Now, the Clean Coalition has a methodology to come up with value of resilience. In this case, and the value of resilience that the Clean Coalition would typically use, our normal methodology, would be far higher than the $225,000. Sean instructed the Clean Coalition. He said, I just want to, we've got a very practical, town council. They're going to want to have hard numbers. And so let's do the value of resilience on what it would have cost to get that resilience if we were to do it from just diesel generators. So instead of having the solar and the storage and the diesels, if this was just done with all diesels. And so if you do it with just diesels, you're going to have bigger diesel generators, you're going to have bigger fuel tanks to carry fuel that allows, longer duration of getting that energy resilience. And so the difference between the solar plus storage plus diesel versus just a straight diesel approach is $225,000. So that is money that would be out the door if we didn't do it, if we didn't have the solar and the storage in the mix. And together, the bill savings and the value of resilience adds up to the $520,000. That's where we get that number. One of the really big benefits of having the battery in place is that if the grid goes down, the solar will stay on. And the solar and the battery together, even after the diesel runs dry, if there's a big disaster and there is no way to replenish the diesel fuel, as soon as the diesel's gone, it's done. It's not coming back until somebody can get some more diesel fuel on hand. In the meantime, the solar microgrid will keep the most critical loads on forever and will keep the rest of the loads on for significant percentages of time as well. So there's this indefinite resilience you can get by having the energy storage in play. And I'll jump down to the second choice in our list of recommendations, and that is where we combine solar and a diesel generator. And in that case, because there's no battery, When the grid goes down, the solar turns off. And so we will just be having the generator for providing resilience. If we're unable to replenish the diesel fuel, it's lights out, right? It'll be lights out. In any case where you don't have the battery in the picture, if you run out of diesel fuel, it's lights out. All the loads are off. And then that brings me to the third recommendation, which is just going straight diesel generator. Sorry, I should have said the economics for the solar plus the diesel generator, they're approximately the same as the solar plus storage plus diesel. They're a little bit lower, but close enough. It's $465,000 in bill savings versus the $520,000, so pretty close. The value of resilience there is zero because you're having to size the diesel generators up for taking care of the entire burden of the required level of resilience that we've designed for, which, by the way, is 5 consecutive days of the full load. The diesel generator approach, so this is just a diesel generator. There's no solar, there's no storage. And that has a cost, so this is not a benefit, right? This is just pure dollars out the door of about $900,000. So the difference between the diesel generator alone approach and the solar plus storage plus diesel to the town, from the economic value to the town, is about $1.5 million, right? You get $1.5 million benefit by having the solar plus storage plus diesel. And again, if the diesel fuel runs dry, it's lights out. Let's see, go the other way. So this is the sizing results of the recommended scenario, the solar plus storage plus diesel. I know there's a lot of details on this slide, so I just kind of call out there. If you look in the far left column, there's the 3 sites, the town hall, police offices, the council chamber, and the corporation yard, and the library. Those are the 3 sites. And then as you look across, if you look at the table headings, you'll see we basically sized the solar. So the solar sizing is shown there. We sized the battery, so that's shown. And then we sized the diesel. And the key point that I want to call out on this slide, unless we want to come back to it and get into any of the details, is on the far right, those 2 columns on the far right. So what those columns show us is, with the solar and storage working together, if the diesels run dry, let's just say we have a grid outage for 30 days, the diesel is going to be gone after day 5. So for the next 25 days, the solar plus storage will allow us to keep 42% of the existing loads on the worst case day. That's if it happened in the middle of the winter, the cloudy, rainy days. That worst case day, we're going to be able to keep 42% of the load on. The day before and the day after and every other day of the year, we'll be able to keep more than 42% on, right? And that's the 42% is just, I'm talking at the town hall and the police offices line. In terms of the master load, the difference between the baseline load and the master load is the EV charging. So we've designed into these energy solutions, we've designed in a significant increase to the number of EV chargers that are available at these 3 sites. And so the difference between the baseline load and the master load is basically the amount of energy that's required to charge up cars. And we can come back to this chart. I don't want to spend too much time on it unless there are questions about it, but I only have 2 more slides, and then we can easily come back to this if people want to get into details. This is a lot of economic detail compressed into one slide. So all I really want to draw your attention to in this slide for right now is the line chart in the lower left-hand corner. So what this shows is the power purchase agreement rate that we anticipate will apply to these 3 projects in Moraga. And we've just given a kind of a blended average. In reality, the town hall will have a lower rate because it's a larger project, than the other two sites. And the Corp Yard and Council Chambers building is the smallest project, so it will have the highest PPA rate. But overall, across the three sites, it'll be a blended average 40 cents, and we're pretty certain about that because the Clean Coalition runs RF request for proposal processes for PPAs, and we've run one very recently at similar sized facilities, so we're pretty confident about where that PPA rate will be. It'll be right around 40 cents blended average. And the three sites, if you look at the, let's see, if you look at this column right here, it says year one. Those are the rates that are being paid for electricity right now at the three sites. So here at the town hall, police building, we're basically talking about 29 cents a kilowatt hour. That's what's being paid to PG&E/MCE. The council chamber, this building is at about 32 cents, 31.7, and the library is at 32.6. So we're kind of in that 30 cents, low 30s rates. So 40 cents is higher than those numbers, right, in all three cases. But those rates are anticipated to increase at least at a 5% per year level. And I know that might sound high, but if you look at the recent 5 years, and the last year in particular, 16% increase from a year ago to today, and if you look at what's anticipated in terms of utility rate increases over the next 5 years, and as far as you can see really into the future, those rates are probably going to be increasing more in the high single digits and even at 10% and above, for the foreseeable future. So we've modeled it at 5%. We think that's a very conservative estimate. And this is what the numbers look like, assuming that utility rates increase at 5% a year. One of the big benefits of the way that the Clean Coalition would recommend structuring the power purchase agreements is that they are fixed rate for 25 years. So that 40 cents, while it is a little bit higher to start with, it will be the same 25 years from now. And at that point, it will look amazingly cheap. So you get this hedge against the inflationary costs of that apply to energy costs. And let's see, this is my last slide that I'm officially going to present, and then we can bounce around to various slides as we go through Q&A. So the Clean Coalition is definitely recommending the solar plus storage plus diesel option, and that is represented in the two leftmost columns with the X's there, bounded with the yellow rectangle. The difference between those two columns is one is a power purchase agreement approach and the other is a cash purchase approach. The economics are a little bit better if you go with the cash purchase approach, if the town were to own it, but then you have to come up with millions of dollars in upfront capital expenditures, and you are responsible for maintaining it, which can be a burden, especially if you have a fairly streamlined level of staffing, and if people are already busy with lots of other projects. It's a power purchase agreement is a great way to put all that operations and maintenance burden on an outside party. But as you can see, we've scored the various scenarios. We've scored the solar plus storage plus diesel. We've scored the solar plus diesel, so no battery. We've scored the diesel only. And we've scored some of those. You can't get a power purchase agreement for the diesel only. So the only way we're going to get a power purchase agreement is if we have at least solar in the mix, but solar plus storage or the solar plus diesel. We have power purchase agreement options. So we are recommending, at the end of the day, based on what I know in terms of where the capital expenditure appetite is for the town of Moraga, Clean Coalition is recommending that you proceed with the power purchase agreement approach, because some other party will come up with those millions of dollars of upfront capital expenditure requirement. And so if we go down the various metrics by which we're scoring these options, we've got economic metrics, so direct economic value, that's essentially bill savings. And that scores the best in terms of the solar plus storage plus diesel when you own it. That's where you get the very best economic benefit. it scores well on the other options where you see the X's, including the solar plus storage plus diesel under the power purchase agreement approach. That is the second best economic outcome. In terms of local economic stimulation, so to the extent that you want to create jobs in the Moraga area, where you put energy projects is where you get the economic stimulation. And if you look at most of the economic modeling software packages, things like the Jetty model maybe sound familiar, it tells you that 50% of the energy, or 50% of the installed cost of a project, energy project, goes to the local economy. So that'll show up in local economic stimulation, and largely in the form of jobs. So, the biggest, you actually want the project that has the most capital expenditure requirement, because that's going to have the most job creation, and then secondary impacts as well as dollars get spent in the local community. In terms of no burden on Moraga for capital expenditures and operational expenditures, I talked about that a little bit already. If we do the power purchase agreement approach, that CapEx and that OpEx burden goes on a third party. In terms of environmental benefits, all of the options have X's, as you can see, and that's because, and this was brought up, very wisely, that Moraga is already buying 100% renewable energy through Marine Clean Energy, MCE, and so, just from that pure environmental standpoint, in terms of what percentage of renewables or what percentage of the energy is coming from renewables, it's 100%. Whether you're getting it from solar on top of your building or whether you're buying it from Marine Clean Energy and their project might be 1,000 miles away, but it's still a renewable energy resource. But if you're thinking about environmental considerations more holistically, getting your energy locally actually has a very big benefit. And I got the note to wrap up, so I will go quick. But you lose 10% of your energy when you generate it from afar, just coming over the transmission lines through what are called line losses and congestion losses. So there's a huge efficiency benefit from getting your energy locally, or in this case, your renewable energy locally. And then in terms of preservation of habitat and maintaining pristine environments, if you build out big solar plants or wind farms out in the middle of nowhere, you're taking up usually open space and oftentimes pristine environments, and you're reducing wildlife habitat. If you're putting your solar on top of your roof or on top of a parking lot, you are not reducing wildlife habitat. So that is a big environmental benefit from local solar and other local sources.
Craig, I think we're good.
Okay.
If we could start asking questions,
I'm sorry that I
that's
took so
okay.
long.
I have a question before council members start asking questions, because I think we need some help on what exactly you need from us tonight. Because what's unclear to me, Sean, where we are in the process and what tonight's discussion has, what bearing it has on the budget discussion, because I understand this was before the budget discussion, because it may have budget implications. So what do you need from us, and what are we being asked to do?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So Sean Knapp, Public Works Director, Town Engineer. In the proposed CIP, we have 3 projects dealing with the energy generation or facility energy generation. 3 separate projects that we're requesting funding using a PPA, power purchasing agreement. We've scheduled this presentation before the CIP and budget discussions to get your input if we should continue to include those in the CIP for consideration and approval at your next meeting. So staff is recommending the PPA initiative with the solar, battery backup, and generator option. Because of we have limited funds available for a capital project at this time of this scale. And as Craig mentioned, he's recommending instead of 3 separate projects, combining it back again to 1 project for the economic benefits, and possibly because we're not managing 3 different projects, a economy of scale. We don't have 3 different contracts, 3 different agreements. The project can be managed more streamlined at a less cost and probably better economics.
Yeah.
And so so you said there's 3 things in the CIP. I saw 2, so help me. There was the $84,000 facilities energy reliability. I assume that's related to this, right? And then there was the $230,000 town hall safety and energy efficiency improvements. What else is there?
Well, there's the 3 sites, and one of the sites is in further years, and it's not in
Okay, the
within the
library.
first 2, yet the library is not within the first 2 years of allocated funds.
Okay, so we're talking about $300,000 roughly for this 23, 24?
Yeah, and what Craig has looked at our program and has looked at that we could actually reduce the cost of administration, both in staff time and in legal fees, if we're not reviewing 3 different contracts, 3 different agreements, negotiations, and actually do it for literally the price of the first project has enough money in it for us to do all 3 sites together, the budget within that one project. That's the first site would be the town hall / police department has a significant much budget that we could combine all 3 sites together and manage it under one contract.
If I could just add a little bit of clarity there. So the budget in the CIP that I've reviewed, the amount of money that was allocated to just the first project is enough to cover doing the request for proposal and the contracting for getting a power purchase agreement approach for all 3 sites.
Okay.
And the other benefit that I just want to add by doing all 3 sites together is going to be easier to attract proposers to compete for the business because it makes the overall opportunity larger for them. The larger it is, the better it is in terms of attracting competitors.
But we also, in order for an RFP to go out, is it not the case that tonight we need to greenlight the recommended approach?
Yes, you would give us a recommendation how to package the project together so we could include it in the CIP and we could be able to move forward. One thing to be clear is, we would send out an RFP, we would get back proposals, the town council would review the proposals, review any contracts that were created, and have the ultimate decision whether to move it on or not. So a decision tonight does not necessarily mean that we will have a system in place at some certain time. There's going to be decisions, multiple decisions, that the council will be controlling
through
through the process.
But and sorry if I'm dense on this, but I just want to be very clear on what we're doing. But the RFP would request proposals under the recommended option.
Yes, the one to the left.
Okay, thank you. All right, my apologies. I just thought it'd be good to know what we're doing. Okay, questions, Teresa.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. This was great. So looking on your website, it says diesel generators and gas are not the answer. And it goes down to say they're heavy polluters, they're concentrated in densely populated areas, compounding health risk. They require monthly testing for proper maintenance and sprue the worst pollution during this testing. They're expensive to operate and maintain with diesel fuel cost rising. Plus, there is generally only enough diesel fuel to maintain power backups for 2 days, and replenishing diesel during a major disaster is not always possible. Peaker gas plants are also polluters. So please explain. I don't understand.
Well, I'm used to being on your side of this discussion. If the Clean Coalition had its way, we would have different design criteria, but the design criteria were to be able to keep all of the loads on for 5 days straight.
And so there's another question. So I read for the last 4 years, the most time that electricity has been out was 3 days. I did not see anything in all of California that was out that long. So there's another question. I don't understand why we're doing so long and why we're thinking of diesel when it's not recommended.
I think that it's wise to be thinking that outages will last longer. And I'm definitely not arguing that. Where I might argue is that you don't need to keep 100% of the load on. But I think that the design criteria that were put on the feasibility study, I think it was fair. And it's, Moraga's not alone by making those kind of design criteria where it's 5 days straight. That's a pretty
Okay.
common design criteria nowadays.
Uh-huh.
And so just all things being considered, I think that the recommendation that we came up with makes the most sense, even though personally it really pains me to, be recommending a diesel generator in anything.
Yeah. So I understand.
But it does serve a purpose. And
I understand 5 days because things are not getting better. So in the past, 3 days was the maximum. But with global warming, we're only going one direction is the wrong direction. So 5 days is okay, but I still don't get why every single thing that you have is saying diesel, diesel, diesel. To me, that's contrary to the direction that we want to be going. So I haven't heard an explanation, except for that maybe you thought that that's what we wanted. I think maybe there was one council member that was thinking that way, but I don't think that reflected the whole council. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
But I would like to hear the reasoning behind that.
Sure. So the Clean Coalition did look at a solar plus battery option. And in order to get the 5 days, 5 consecutive days of resilience, the battery size had to be, very large, and the economics did not look very good. So that got ruled out just by pure economics.
Okay.
And it was driven by the design criteria. So, and I'm not arguing with the design criteria.
Uh-huh.
I think the design criteria were imposed on this process, and I think they were reasonable design criteria. But the net effect is that we, in order to do it with just solar and storage, and we could do it, it's just the battery would be huge and it would be very expensive, and the economics would not look good.
Okay, one other question. I noticed the microgrids. Are you suggesting a microgrid for 329 because it has a police department? Or can you explain the difference between just solar and battery backup, and of course diesel, since that seems to be in the equation, but with a microgrid as opposed to just solar? Can you explain that? Or maybe it
Yes.
is microgrid.
Yes, so if it's just solar, when the grid goes down, then the solar gets turned off.
Right.
And so the only way to make sure that the solar can continue contributing energy into the mix when the grid is down is to have the battery there as well. So, and when we have the solar and the storage working together, we refer to that as a solar microgrid.
Okay, so that's just the name. I thought maybe a microgrid was something other than just solar and battery backup.
It also includes a microgrid controller. So, and by the way, I do want to be clear that the solar plus storage plus diesel will be operated in a manner where the diesel will only be turned on if it has to be. So we will be in solar only, solar and storage mode only, unless the battery charge gets down to a minimum level, in which case the diesel will be turned on for the shortest possible period.
Okay.
And operating at its most efficient level to take care of real-time loads, including charging the battery back up to full. And when the battery's back up to full, the diesel will be turned off again.
Okay, cool.
Right? And we'll be back in solar and storage mode.
So one question, it says that the battery backup needs monthly testing for proper maintenance. Staff would be doing that, I assume? Or with a PPA, would somebody else be doing that?
I think you meant did you say the diesel would be operated monthly? Is that what you said?
That's what your
Yes,
papers
yes,
say.
yes.
Yes.
So that's true, and that would be negotiated in the RFP. So when we put the RFP out, whose responsibility it is to do the monthly maintenance on the diesels, I have a feeling that would come on the staff, and we already have. There's a diesel at the police station, and there's a propane. A natural gas generator here. So there's already 2 fossil generators out of the 3 sites. There's 2 of them already have fossil generators. And I believe that staff is already doing the maintenance on those. Is that true, Sean?
We have a vendor that will come in to
You have a vendor.
make repairs, yes.
Okay,
It'd
good.
probably be very similar to how it's managed right now.
Okay, I think that's all my questions for right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teresa. Any other questions? Carrie?
Yeah, few clarifications on what you're, so I know that a microgrid can be a number of different things. From what I heard from your answer to Councilmember Onoda's question, you would be considering what's envisioned here, a microgrid, because it is incorporating solar and batteries. Are we also considering a type of microgrid where you can have a general circuit isolated? This circuit tends to fail regularly here, where any excess energy can actually be on that isolated circuit to provide a localized microgrid.
I can answer a little bit of that. So at the behest of Councilman Hillis, we did investigate, talking to PG&E about some of their programs that they have. And as you mentioned, there is a program for community microgrids where you would add a number of customers. We don't qualify as a single customer, even though we have multiple sites. You have to have multiple customers to qualify to combine, and the system has to combine all those circuits together to make them efficiently run together. So PG&E in that program would pay for the infrastructure of the connection area. They're not paying for any solar or backup or anything like that, but they allow you to work together. And so you would have to work with your neighbor, let's say, so to speak, for them to develop their own energy generation system. So they be self-sufficient, or they're relying on you. You're going to be providing it for the microgrid itself. So there is some incentives for that. And again, it's the infrastructure, not the generation part, but how they connect. PG&E would handle kind of the connection infrastructure. So you could isolate the customers. So that, but it is an expensive process because you have to work with your neighbor, so to speak, to develop their own system. Or you're producing, in the case of an outage, you're producing for them and have some agreement to be selling them back energy or something. So that is a possible scenario. They also do have natural gas generators. So, and I talked to them about having kind of like a, in a disaster, what if natural gas is not connected? You have a break somewhere. So they're going to look into if we could have a backup with a propane tank. That would be our backup to the backup of having the natural gas. There is an incentive to do that. All these incentives are on the capital purchase side. If we do a PPA, they would be purchasing and getting those advantages, and then you try to work some of that economic advantage back into your PPA. So there is some possibilities, but they're not free. But there is some advantages to looking at the cash purchase price with some more, environmental friendly type options. Yes.
Clarification on to be sure I understand. So it sounds like we could authorize doing our own microgrid for these facilities, and that wouldn't be mutually exclusive of potentially in the future working, for example, with developers at adjacent shopping centers that may be redeveloped to work on a solution for a more community-oriented microgrid in the future.
Right. So we'd have our system set up, and we'd work with our partners to have them set up their own system, and then we'd have PG&E through their program connect us together and isolate us as a system. And we don't. We have to be within like a similar circuit. Mm-hmm. They're not going to isolate something across town. But yes, if our neighbor was able to develop their own system, we could connect together for the benefits that PG&E would provide us with the incentives for that.
And I think another item that you were checking in on is the self-generation incentive program.
Yes, so they do have a battery generation. So based on for the site over here for the town hall, based on the sizing that we currently have, it would be a rebate of approximately $16,500 towards the price for the battery system. That would be their kind of rebate. If we qualify as a critical facility serving a disadvantaged community, which we have to really check into that locally within our boundaries, we don't have that, but being an emergency facility, the police and things, if we expand out our boundaries, PG&E would consider us getting a higher rate, which actually quadruples or 4 times that. So we're 4 times 16,000. I forgot what the math was. But
64.
Yeah, 64, sorry. So, the incentive drastically increases to purchase, and so that would get closer to the cost of the battery system. No other part of this, no generators, No solar, they don't have any, for the solar, they don't have any rebates for that purchase, but the battery, yes.
And it sounded like you also mentioned a secondary option as backup, which was not on here, which is instead of doing diesel as having a standby propane or natural gas generator, and that is something that PG&E would provide an incentive for as well?
Correct. And so if we move forward in this process, we would investigate the options. And that's where I was talking about, the council would come back and the council would be making decisions along the way. What do you prefer and why would you prefer that based on the economics or other reasons? And would lead us through that process, and we would give you the choices and the reasons why you pick certain options. And before we got to the point where we actually have a RFP and then a contract in place with a consultant or contractor.
So what I heard you say is that the numbers that we got here potentially could be even healthier in terms of the positive if we were able to explore some of these other rebate options.
Yes, the economics could improve slightly. They're not going to pay for the system itself because they're only paying for portions of certain components of it. But yes.
And then, another question that Teresa had regarding the sizability of the battery pack. So I think your answer was pretty much what I was thinking, that the reason why we're not proposing like a Tesla mega pack or something is because it's just significantly more expensive than the arrangement that you're. And can you give us an idea, just because we did get a significant amount of community comment wondering why we're even considering, even in this clean option, having a fossil generation? What would be the cost differential between what we're looking at here and like a Tesla mega pack or something like that?
We produced a detailed study a year ago, and that document has all of those details in it. So I'm stretching my memory a little bit, so excuse me. I would just say that I believe that the cost of the power purchase agreement for a solar plus storage only without the diesel, that PPA would probably be twice as much. So instead of it being 40 cents a kilowatt hour, it would be 80 cents a kilowatt hour.
Got it. Another question that I had was, this is just my understanding of how personal PPA arrangements work. So my first system, I think, was a PPA, and that was where essentially SunPower or Solar City or something they were the owner and I was paying them, so they were my energy company to have it on. But I think I heard you mention that the town may still be eligible to receive the 30% tax credit. Okay, I think you just answered. So
yeah.
If we go the PPA route, we do not qualify for the 30% tax credit.
True. So the tax credit goes to the owner of the system.
Got it.
And if the PPA route, there's a third-party owner, they take the 30%.
Mm-hmm.
They also get an additional tax benefit, which is referred to as accelerated depreciation. It's worth almost as much as the 30%. Together, they're worth about 50% of the installed cost of the project. Now, that means that they should be able to provide the effective cost of energy lower than if the town were to buy it themselves. But that's only if we forget the fact that nobody is going to finance this thing for free.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking their share of the deal, and that ends up meaning that the town's economics actually end up worse than if you bought it yourself and took the 30% yourself. But it's not that big of a difference. But it is the very best economic outcome, if the capital were available, is to buy it and own it yourself.
Got it. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. And I profess I do have a number of questions. Sean, that includes for you too. Sorry, at least one, and maybe more. Can you confirm for me whether an independent financial analysis has been done on this proposal?
Well, Clean Coalition has done all the calculations, and if we move forward and we want to do additional calculations and analysis, as the council's been talking about, looking at different options, we can do that.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Has an internal independent analysis been done of the finances on this?
Yeah, we've looked at everything that you've looked at, all the reports and information that's been
Okay, but
provided.
you really haven't done a take it apart, put it back together type of financial analysis?
No, we haven't taken
Okay.
their computer apart and done all the calculations by hand. no.
Okay, thank you. And Craig, help me out. If this goes forward, what is your role in the project?
So typically, the Clean Coalition supports these projects through the feasibility stage, which is now essentially complete. And we support into the RFP, the request for proposal, and the contracting. And then from then on, we can support the construction management and the what we call monitoring and verification stage. So once the project is constructed and operational, then monitoring and verification is the process you go through to make sure that what is actually delivered and operating meets with what has been contracted, right? Just
Okay.
verifying that everything is performing.
But you're not a PPA provider?
We're not, no.
Okay.
I like to say the Clean Coalition is a facilitator. We play a facilitating role. We're a catalyst.
Okay.
We do not build, own, and operate anything.
And I want to make sure it's established that, so I have solar panels and I have a plug-in electric and I'm heading towards buying a full EV. So I'm making my own decisions, but up here I'm representing the entire town. And that's what we're all supposed to be doing, is the entire town. And so I'm might have a different approach to how I spend the town's money as opposed to my own. Let's see. I've got a whole bunch of nutty questions, I guess. On the 310,000 analogous contracts that are out there of PPAs, and you've already noted a lot of them are residential. Do you have any idea how many are involve the PPA owner having equipment on site integrated into the facilities of the user, as is being proposed here?
Yeah, are you asking what percentage of the 300,000 are commercial and industrial as opposed to being residential? Is that your question?
No, because a lot of the commercial is, and looking at the websites, I see PPAs between like owners of power plants and PG&E or whoever.
100% of those are on-site. A PPA from a remote resource to here, like you basically have a PPA with MCE. You have a remote.
Okay.
You have a virtual PPA with them.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
What's being proposed here is the solar panels, batteries, in a diesel generators or generators in this
Yes.
case, integrated together and on the site of Moraga.
You're asking, is it on, how many of the 310,000 are on-site?
Correct.
100% of them. Those do not include the remote PPAs. That site is from the California Distributed Generation website.
Okay.
Everything is, when anybody says distributed generation, they mean on-site. They either mean on-site or really close to on-site.
EPA manages all those equipment, all those sites?
Yeah, whoever owns the system, the way a PPA is structured, the way PPAs, excuse me, the way that PPAs are structured is the party that owns the system is responsible for the system. They pay the OpEx and they handle the operations and maintenance. And they're very motivated to make sure that the system is operating well because they only get paid if energy is delivered. So they want those systems, they align, they align the PPA owner and the PPA off-taker together.
On what I see as, in your handouts, I think slide 8, but when I looked at it up on the, look at slide 7. Go to slide 7.
This is slide 7 on mine. Is this the one you're looking for?
Go to slide 8 then.
Yeah.
Okay, good, they do correlate. So what I see here is peak demand for each of these facilities at 63, 79, 80, and 74. And then the diesel generators all have ratings of higher than that. So is that, those ratings, are they cover the entire load?
Yes, yeah. So peak, what's being called here, peak demand, and then capacity rating, those two terms, they're measured in kilowatts, which is instantaneous power.
Right.
And they, if we're going to cover the whole load, so the peak demand, that's the load. If we want to be able to cover that, we need to make sure that the peak capacity is higher. So these numbers should show that.
So is another way to look at this that, and I hate to use the word diesel, and by the way, most of the exhaust from diesel generators is water and nitrogen, but let's not get into that. But this generator fueled, that's sort of, that'll cover the base load for all of these facilities that we install, right?
Yes, for 5 days.
So then you might look at the solar as almost an add-on piece.
Actually,
Let me
I just want to correct that because I answered incorrectly. So if we have the solar, we can downsize the diesel. So not the capacity, but the fuel tank. And the fuel tank is actually more expensive than the actual diesel generator itself.
Okay. And that's for 5 days or 30 days?
Well, the diesel has only been sized. We minimized the diesel to be whatever size it had to be to make sure we could hit the 5-day requirement. And at the 5-day requirement, the diesel's done. It's going to be lights out.
Okay. So, so then still, if I look at this really as saying, in a pure conventional, you're going to go for diesel, and maybe the tank's a bit bigger. But then the additional solar is that maybe that profit that can pay back for the diesel as you look in your economics and maybe make a profit. And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So long, I want to make sure I understand that. Now, back in May, the total value of the recommended case was about $1.2 million, including the $250,000 of VOR. Excuse me, not 2.1 million total, including the 250. Now we're down to about 540 or so thousand. Huge drop. And you explained that. That certainly reduces that incentive, huh? You agree with that? And do you know how sensitive that is? I mean, yeah, we went from NIM 2 to NIM 3, but then there are also the rate factors.
Yep. Are you asking for me to comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was waiting for you to conclude in a question. Yes, I mean, those are the factors that have come into play. So one could, can we hedge our bets, and is something going to change, back in our favor? It's kind of like timing a stock pick.
Right.
Okay. They
but
recommend against trying to do that.
And interestingly, when we include our internal costs, which include the cost for the parking lot at 329, which you got to look at using a financial analysis, because we've got to do something with the parking lot anyway, and preparing it for this will cost some more money, I suspect. So you got to be able to split it apart if you're going to do it. But now we're actually net negative. We don't, when we include our internal costs, we're no longer positive. We're negative. So there's got to be reasons for doing this. There needs to be compelling reasons, but
I mean, I think some of those capital costs are going to be sunk no matter what, right? If you're redoing a parking lot, you're going to redo it.
I agree with you.
It's just a matter of whether you're going to add
That's absolutely
solar or not.
correct. So if we look at slide 9, appreciate your answering the question.
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up question on one of the things you just asked? It's apropos before we get it gets buried. It's quick.
If you're not going to totally divert me
promise I
for
will
20
not.
minutes.
It's one
Yes,
quick
Harry,
question.
you can,
like to be.
you can ask a follow-up
Thank
question.
you. My quick question is, so on some of those sunk costs, this goes back to ARPA. So my experience with installing solar in my house was that my 30% tax credit was able to go towards not just the cost for the system, it was the cost to make my house ready for the system, including upgrading my main panel. So would any of those sunk costs that we're talking about, even though we're not the owner of the system, we're getting our area ready for solar, would any of those costs to prepare the facility qualify for the 30% tax credit?
Anything electrical or structural that's going to support the solar. So unfortunately, not regrading or resurfacing the parking lot. But if we're upgrading the electrical, the service, the panels, the switchgear, the undergrounding costs for all the wiring that's going to go through the parking lot, all of that will get the benefit of the 30%, or they'll get the tax benefits, whether the town is taking them or whether the PPA provider is taking them. The tax benefits will accrue to those elements, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Steve.
so on slide 9, and most of these are quick questions, on the fixed PPA pricing, for the two cases, it's a constant 40 cents a kilowatt hour. I was surprised by that because in one case we have batteries, in the other case we don't.
This chart is only showing the solar plus storage plus diesel scenario. So everything, well, I should say
No.
the top table.
That's what I'm talking about. You see, the top table is 40 cents,
Oh.
the bottom table is 40 cents. It's surprising to me.
Well, there's one column that says fixed PPA price.
Yeah, I think that is an error, so I apologize about that. I
But
think
you
that,
still have solar, so wouldn't that might be the PPA's cost for selling you the solar power?
Well, yeah, but in one case they've got to install batteries.
yeah, no, Councilmember Walicki, you're correct, so I apologize.
Yeah.
That's the bottom half of that table is incorrect, so let's just ignore those.
That's fine.
No worries. Look at the top half of that table, and this table that shows the diesel generator alone
Right.
is correct.
And just confirming, I've looked at the definitions of VOR, confirm, if we don't value the 30 days of resiliency, that VOR goes away, right?
No. In your case, so if you look at the standard clean coalition approach, yes, but we didn't use the standard clean coalition approach for Moraga. We did a different approach that Sean dictated on us, which I understand, and I think is probably driven by council. What we looked at was the value resilience is strictly the cost savings from being able to downsize the diesels. That's the only thing that's going into the value resilience that we're showing in our analyses for the Moraga case.
Would using biodiesel impact your position on diesels at all?
Well, it would impact the economics because it would make
Be more expensive.
It would be more expensive. Diesel is a very dirty technology. It has not only the greenhouse gases, but it has a lot of particulate matter. And when you're talking about a standalone diesel generator, you're talking about you do not have the pollution controls on that standalone diesel generator like you have on a vehicle. So diesel vehicles are pollute, and they're pretty much getting phased out because of the pollution effects. And standalone diesel generators are way worse. So yeah, I would not recommend a diesel generator. The only way I would recommend it is if you absolutely needed it because of design requirements like we do here. And then I would do everything I possibly could to make sure you didn't turn it on.
What I'm talking about
Turn it on
is
for this
for
short amount of
very
time.
intermittent service. And I come out of the energy industry and I don't agree with you, to be honest with you. I wish you would be a little bit more honest on that with regard to
That's
diesel.
my understanding from all the data I've seen.
So anyway, fine. at 329, there we have basically 3 rows of panels, and 1 row next to the road, then next to the building, and then on top of the building. Construction and maintenance in that. Nope, go back. There you go. So, and it looks like we've got HVAC units on the roof behind the,
On the north-facing slope.
yeah.
We
So,
wouldn't want to put solar there anyway, so.
oh, I understand that, but what I'm wondering is, mounting the solar, which you can do sequentially, but then if you have to maintain it, if you have to maintain the HVAC, and if you have to replace the roof, what are the impacts of that? Is that, and this is an honest question.
Yeah.
You know, how does that
Well,
impact?
there's no impact on the north side of the roof, including the HVAC unit, so that's a non-issue.
But how do you get access to them if you have to remove them? Big old honking crane, I guess?
Yeah, that's probably how they got up there in the first place.
Okay. And we have an ordinance in Moraga here with regard to mounting things that impact the scenic corridor. And I happen to have a lot of years of experience of advocating for that on various commissions and design review boards. That almost certainly is going to break the front set of panels. Haven't gone out. We haven't gone out there, put up story poles or anything like that, but I suspect it's going to interfere with the horizon. Is there a plan B for where they could go?
Well, what we've designed for is to try to get to net zero, and we've
Right.
done that for 2 out of 3 sites, including the town hall, police station site. So
Right.
this gets us to net zero.
Right.
If for any reason, if one or more of these segments that we're showing here of solar are not viable, right, for whatever reason, then we just will be less than net zero, right? And now maybe we could find a little nook or cranny to
Right.
put some more, but we're not going to make up for what's being
Right.
labeled here as C2.
Right.
I think that's the one you're
Yeah.
referring to,
Yeah.
Canopy 2. But it just means that we don't get as close to net zero, and it means that we might have to size the diesel up a little bigger than we have.
It's a challenge for the library too. So last question, and that is, have together or separately done a risk assessment on this thing? And to some degree, Sean and Craig, we have some recent experience where we have an independent operator on town facilities, and we've been surprised, to be honest with you. So
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. You might want to clarify a little bit.
risk assessment is
It's just what you've been surprised about.
Things I'm not going to go into. Just we've been surprised by challenges that have resulted from having a third party on site with different criteria, different objectives than perhaps we expected.
Okay.
And so this would be very unique for Moraga to have something like this go forward. So the question is, have you looked at risks, tried to identify risks?
Well, if the project moves forward into next phases, we will accomplish whatever the
Okay.
council asks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions, Steve, and thank you for your answers. Any other questions?
I have a few questions. They were all great questions, and I learned quite a bit. But mine, I think, are pretty simple because I'm so ignorant of all this stuff. Could you just go to slide 3 for a sec? The NEM2, NEM3 pricing. So I understand that going to NEM3 isn't so good for the people putting energy back into the grid. And somehow PG&E gets a better benefit now. What's the chance of that going back to NEM2 or NEM4 or anything where that could benefit Moraga?
It's as close to zero as you can get on a policy call. Yeah.
Okay, and that's, who decides that?
It's the decision, it was made, and any future decisions will be made by the California Public Utilities Commission.
Okay.
The decision has been protested. I would love for the protest to succeed, but I have no faith that it will go anywhere beyond the paper it was written on.
Okay. My next question was about that 30%, and I think you answered it, that the contracting party would be the one that directly benefit, but we would benefit, or Moraga could benefit by getting a lower price?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. PPA contracts, they're for 25 years? Did I understand that right?
That's become the typical norm.
Okay. So is there a downside? And I recognize that a contracting party might want 25 years because they're putting in the equipment and they want to be able to get the benefit of that. But when these are agreed to, these agreements, how do we deal with the potential vast improvement in the technology, for example? Maybe you can just get rid of a diesel, down the road because the technology gets improved. Is that built into the way that you handle these contracts?
We always advise that we get buyout points every 5 years so that in advance, Moraga will know at the town hall site, for example, at year 5, it could own the system for $1 million or whatever it is. And at year 10, they could own it for $800,000 and right all the way out to that 25th year. So at the worst situation, if the town decided it wanted out of the PPA, it has these exit ramps that it can, maybe just wants to own it. It's tired of having other people, on its property and just wants to own the systems, or maybe it decided it's going to build a new town hall and wants to move it over and so it just wants to buy itself out of the PPA.
I get that, but what about just whether the operator upgrades the system when the technology improves?
Yes, because of the capital intensity of these projects, they are being evaluated for the full term of the 25-year period. So a surprisingly significant percentage of the cost is the installation. So the chances of anybody deciding they're going to remove, go through the labor cost of removing panels and putting on the latest and greatest, version is very low. They're not going to be getting any more money out of the town, right? The town has signed up for 40 cents. They're not going to incur an additional $1 million to go change out all the solar panels just because they're more efficient, right? Unless the town wanted to pay for that.
Yeah, so that, in a sense, that's a risk that we bear.
It's not really a risk because you're making a decision to sign a PPA for 40 cents a kilowatt hour for 25 years, right?
Right,
So,
I get that. We get our price, however, we may not have the best technology, and to address the question of having diesel power, when we don't really want it, we might still be stuck with it. All right, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that you didn't mention is there's not an incentive to pre-replace equipment by the PPA operator, but the PPA operator has to maintain it. And so solar panels have a lifespan. They degrade over time. They're going to have to replace those at a certain point. The batteries, they have a lifespan. They're going to have to be replaced. Mm-hmm. So over that period, 25 years, we're not doing the maintenance or the replacement of components and upgrading or changing things. That's the PPA operator. So we're totally out of that process. If we do purchase it, we discover solar panels have increased, so many percentage. Battery backup has become economic. We buy out like a lease of a car. We buy it out, and now we own and operate it and go on our way. And it could be a different economic situation, but that's sometime down the road that we analyze.
Again, those are my questions. Thanks.
All right, any other questions?
I have a couple follow-up, provoked,
Quickly.
quick questions. I'm sorry. So again, this is just going off of my own personal experience. My neighbor has an old solar system, and it was too small. I think you even did something similar, where once you saw you needed more electrical need, it's possible, even if the two of them aren't technologically, they don't mesh together, you just install a second solar system next to it. So I know that we're using up the majority of the roof space here, but my question is related to that. So if we decided that at some point in the future we didn't want the diesel generator alone, but we were perfectly fine with continuing on in the PPA, could we do some other type of financial arrangement at that point to replace the diesel generator for now a more cost-effective battery solution?
Absolutely, yes. So, and the PPA provider, of course, is always happy to make more money. So the bigger the system, the more money the more kilowatt hours they're going to sell, the more money they're going to make. So you would typically go back to the same PPA provider and renegotiate for an expansion to the existing system.
And I apologize, when I said you, I was referring to Councilman Walicki, just because I knew some of his personal solar situation. Another question that I had is related to the value of resilience. So what are some of the factors that you didn't include? And just so that we know what those are and what, like, how squishy, how real, like, what numbers are we talking about that we're not considering?
So what's missing from the Moraga analysis is what the value after that 5 days is. And you know, the value, meaning what's the value of being able to keep on at least 40% of your load for the rest of time. And you know, it may seem squishy when you're trying to imagine what it would be like to have a grid outage that lasted for 30 days or 60 days or a year, right? Whatever kind of Armageddon might happen. But I can tell you on day 6, if you're thinking about it on day 6 of that grid outage, you're gonna really be counting your blessings, and you're gonna have a different sense of what the value of resilience is. And so the Clean Coalition has a methodology to value that indefinite level of resilience you get from a solar microgrid. And we did not take that into account at all for Moraga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize, 2 quickies.
Quickies?
Two
Yes.
quickies. One is, as Sean pointed out, the batteries and the solar panels will degrade. And is that 40 cents per kilowatt hour, and the agreement stipulate how much degradation is acceptable and at what point that to be replaced?
Yes.
Okay.
So the panels, they degrade by about 0.5% per year. So those will last for the 25 years with, you know, not a huge impact. The batteries degrade at about 2% of the energy capacity per year, and so those will get replaced at year 15.
Okay. And the last question is that, you know, if we just went through a pandemic in which these buildings were closed down for an extended period of time, and we're hooked up to MCE, during that period of time, I presume our electric bills went way down.
No. Look at the numbers.
Why didn't they go way down? We're not using the buildings.
I think there was a period of a week to 2 weeks where we did not have staff on site. We had a minimum staff, and we made a declaration that we have all our staff are critical workers, and they all had to report to work or not be employed, basically. And so we were all hands on deck, all staff,
Okay.
working in the town of Moraga,
Well,
responding to.
okay, so but let's anticipate, there are scenarios where if a major earthquake happens,
We're required to report to work as long as we can safely take care of our families, to set them safe. We're required as.
that is if the building's standing.
What's that?
That is if let me can I ask the question?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
We're just linking this out. Does the PPA agreement specify a minimum payment per year, or a minimum usage of kilowatt hours? I tried to make the question simple, but it
No, I think,
allow to do that.
the question is simple. The PPA is for delivered solar energy. So if the system delivers the solar, you're paying for it.
Right. So the provider takes the risk.
Well,
I think that's what you just said.
no. Because the system is going to continue to produce the solar, so it will be delivered, whether the building is occupied or not. I think.
Right. It'll go out under NEM 3 and.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any public comment on this item? All right, let it not be said that we didn't dive into the details on this. Okay, I just before we, just to close this up, I just want to get a sense from council members whether we are, as a group, comfortable with staff proceeding to the next steps on the assumption that it is going to be a PPA with solar, battery backup, and diesel, understanding that this is in some ways a moving target. There is going to be refinement. This is highly dynamic, and that really the go, no-go decision doesn't happen until we have responses to requests for proposal. Is that right, Sean?
That's absolutely correct. You'll be
Okay.
weighing in on the process throughout it.
Okay, so are we, can I have a thumbs up? How many people are comfortable?
Can I ask a proviso to it, just based on our conversation regarding the PG&E potential benefits of alternative fuel, the diesel? Could it be general direction, diesel, propane, natural gas generator, depending on what makes the most sense?
I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with that. Is everyone okay with that? Sure. Okay. All right.
I can't.
I'm sorry.
I haven't given a thumb any either way.
Yeah,
It's
okay, we have four thumbs up.
Yeah, but I want to throw a couple things out. Can I throw a couple things out?
Okay, yes.
Okay, good. My concern is that, once a project starts, it develops a life of its own. And we've had projects, and we do have a project that will not die. So I am concerned that we are sort of heading down a path, and that's where we're headed, and we haven't really evaluated the alternatives. So alternatives that I would like to have included as an evaluation, besides this case, at least the initial evaluation, is the same case but with Moraga ownership. What is the cost? What would be the cost for Moraga to own this system? And how much of a premium do we pay, or does the PPA involve? How much are we paying the provider for that service?
Can I add something to that? So when we run the RFP, we can request proposals in both forms. So we can run the proposal, we can design the request for proposals such that the proposers need to provide a cash purchase, turnkey cash purchase option, and a power purchase agreement option.
I'd like to suggest that we make sure that we do an independent internal financial analysis, and I don't know who does that, but this is a sufficiently complex endeavor that it really warrants such. And thirdly, regardless of this, if I listen to staff, they're saying that we've got a very unreliable diesel generator for 329, which is a critical building, I think more critical than this one. And I think we need to even if we have to borrow from Fund 100, I think we ought to give direction to staff to pursue, be ready, see how soon we can procure and install that generator, be it propane, gas, or diesel. I don't care. We're in the fire season again, and if we've got this World War II vintage generator out there that takes, highly unreliable and takes time, it's a safety issue. And I'm driven by safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, so on the first one, on your first point, we had a nodding of heads. So if we can do that on the alternatives, or the second was the independent financial analysis. Council members, that's going to take some significant work. Are we?
I don't know what that means, independent.
Yeah, I guess we have the experts right here, and I have no reason to not believe their methodology and their expertise. So I personally don't think we either have the resources or the wherewithal to do it or the time. So I would not be in favor. Carrie?
I understand the impulse, but I'm not in favor of pursuing that.
A 25-year contract, gang.
Okay, and then on the third point, on the diesel generator, Sean, I thought we were good on that because one of the goals that we had was we want a reliable backup over there for this coming fire season. Are we not there yet?
With the power purchasing agreement, if that is going to take some time, we could specify that the first overall operation, beside everything else, is to take care of establish another diesel generator or other alternative based on the analysis. That would be built into the contract. Of course, if we're going down that path, it gets paid for through the PPA. If we want to independently install our own, we'll have to have a project to do that separate from a PPA because that is a separate capital investment that we would be doing.
Council members, are you in favor of just having staff figure this out, whether it's through the PPA or through a separate process? But I think the goal was that we have a reliable backup for over here this fire season. And so are we in agreement that whatever that takes, let's do it?
Yes.
Okay. Is that?
Yes.
Is that so? However, but you guys figure out the details. Thank you for bringing that up, Steve. Okay. Have we, yes, if we're concluded with this. Actually, before we take a break,
I'm sorry.
We're done.
One quick, just to be sure that when staff conducts the analysis that we don't oversize potentially the diesel generator that we might purchase if we are truly anticipating moving forward with solar.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Before we take a break, Richie, you have been sitting there very patiently. I know you're waiting to talk about the housing element, community outreach update. That is going to be like a ways from now. Would you like to make your public comment now so you can leave?
Yeah.
Okay. You have 3 minutes before the break, but I really appreciate your patience, but it's going to be a while.
Absolutely. Did you want me to handle it after the break, just so we can...
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me. I'll try to make this brief. My name is Richie Cruz. I'm a field rep for the Carpenters Union Local 180 in Vallejo. And tonight I'm just here to talk about some area standards that should be recognized and encouraged towards the working class. And those are including medical and retirement benefits, a commitment to an apprenticeship program, and local hiring opportunities. Now, I'm speaking on the housing element. It's no secret that housing is a crisis in California, and the solution is to build more housing. But the people that build the housing should be treated fairly and honorably with these labor standards being honored. They deserve to earn a fair wage, all construction workers, with said benefits to give them and their families a chance to thrive and prosper. Because it's a sad fact that over 50% of all construction workers are on some type of financial aid. And this goes in hand with having to finance between 4 and 5 hours of commute time daily. Local opportunities not only gives these construction workers financial strength, which is much needed in this time and age, but it gives them back the time with their families, with not having to commute, and maintains the pride of being able to point at a building in town and say, I built that. And our commitment to an apprenticeship program ensures that we continue to have a workforce that's able to complete high-quality projects in a safe and timely manner. I was 20 years old when I got into the apprenticeship program. I was a young man with no direction, really, and this membership, this apprenticeship gave me the lessons, tools, and a direction to go in my life, and I know that it benefits everybody else that chooses to go through the apprenticeship now or in the near future. And I know that you had a commitment or a community outreach recently. I'm sorry to talk future tense, but thank you for this early opportunity. And I know that this marriage between speaking similar language in your upcoming housing element and language that the Carpenters have to offer would be a perfect marriage. I believe it would benefit the community ever much so, and I look forward to working with every single one of you and giving you more knowledge on what we hold in value with area standards and labor standards being recognized. And I know I'm not alone. All construction workers look forward to revitalizing their community. And thank you so much for this opportunity to speak and public comment. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Richie. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it.
Richie, I hope we have new buildings soon.
Yeah.
It's such
So
an inertia
the-
thing, it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you speak, very good presentation.
Thank you.
Compelling.
I appreciate
Yes,
it.
thank you.
I-
All right.
I look forward to having an extended conversation with you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 8:50.
Doesn't mean you're buying new purchase.
Going. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back in session. The next item is proposed operating and capital improvement program budget. This is not an action item. Let's consider this a study session. We're not voting on the budget tonight. Rather, we're getting a preview of the proposed budget and the capital improvement plan. Our job as a council is to provide comments and direction to staff so that we're in a position to approve the budget at the next meeting. We're going to structure this a little bit differently because we have kind of a logistical issue to deal with. First, we're going to address any Hacienda-related budget and CIP items. So in that first piece, we'll have a staff presentation, we'll have questions from council members, we'll have public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council for discussion, comments, and direction for staff. Carrie, well, wait, before I let you go, I'm going to do part two. Then part two, we'll bring Councilmember Hillis back into the chamber and cover the rest of the budget, which, with the staff presentation, questions from council members, public comment, and then bring it back for council discussion. So Carrie, with that, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, I'm going to be recusing myself and leaving the room as my home residence is within 500 feet of the Hacienda. I will return, and that is finished.
Have fun.
Don't go far. All right. So on the Hacienda, Annie, welcome. Sylvia, welcome. Nice to have you both here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Annie Tu. I'm the Admin Services Director. I'm here tonight to present the Hacienda budget. And before I make my presentation, I would like to thank all the staff members that are here tonight, all the directors, the Town Council, and most definitely the Audit and Finance Committee, who gave us a lot of great feedback at our last meeting. So thank you very much. I would like to present, I'm going to have two presentations tonight. One is just strictly on Hacienda, and the second presentation will be on the town-wide budget. So, do you have the presentation, sir? From the beginning. Perfect. Okay. All right. This is a very short presentation. Basically, this is the proposal for just Hacienda. Hacienda is incorporated in the general fund, so it was difficult to parse it out. So what I did was just took part of the Hacienda budget from the general fund and present only the programs related to Hacienda. Next slide, please. Hacienda revenues total $312,000 for fiscal year 23-24 and $317,000 for fiscal year 24-25. The total revenue for Parks and Rec is $862,000 for year one and $883,000 for year two. So the highlighted portion is what's pertaining to what we're getting for Hacienda. So it's the amount shown on the slide. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the appropriations for Hacienda. So in the slide, I broke it out by personnel and O&M. Personnel for Hacienda total $55,000 roughly and $56,000 for year two. This is relating to part of the Parks and Rec personnel. And then also for maintenance and Hacienda building personnel related costs, the first year is $127,000 and the second year is $130,000. With operations and maintenance, the first year for Hacienda building maintenance is $145,000 and the second year is $149,000. for a total of $326,000 in the first year and $335,000 in the second year. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the net of the revenues and appropriations. So what we have here is revenues totaling $312,000 in year one and $317,000 in year two. The appropriations for both hacienda event and rental and building maintenance total $326,000 in year one and $335,000 in year two. So the net variance of revenues and appropriation is a slight, negative variance of $14,000 in the first year and a negative $18,000 in the second year. So that's the total of the hacienda budget.
Thank you. Any questions for Annie? Steve?
Tough to get you to look my way, I understand. So does the hacienda building maintenance include the grounds?
Yes, yes, it does.
Okay, so that puts it into a little bit more perspective, because historically that was the thing that always killed the hacienda, was a very high cost of the grounds. And the other question I have is, maintenance is only maintenance. It isn't any of the capital improvement.
No.
That's right.
Sean, our Public Works Director, will
He'll
be covering the CIP.
Okay. Is the 312 coming in? Is that about what we're running so far?
Yes, this is based on our contract. Sylvia and I look at all the contracts, and also Parks and Rec Director. We work together to come up with these numbers.
I think for tonight this is adequate, because there is the bonus piece of it that.
Yeah, that's sort of a little bit unknown, because it depends on how much revenue they're generating.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Annie. And by the way, thank you for separate. I don't know how you did this, and I know it took a lot of work, and it was very complicated, but we really appreciate the effort, because it makes it possible for Carrie to participate in the overall budget discussion if we carve this out. So thank you for your efforts. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, I've actually worked in other cities that have the same issues. A lot of council members do, live within the project area, and we've done this before.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of Annie, or should we go to Sean?
If you don't have any questions, I'm going to turn over my presentation to Sean.
Okay. Wonderful. On the CIP.
Thank you.
CIP for the hacienda.
So I'll have to get in here and vote on my presentation.
Do you want to try it?
Yeah, I'll try. You can leave that there.
Is that new employee? I don't go down that end of the building. I need to introduce myself.
So I'll also be, is this on?
Oh.
So Sean Hackman, Public Works Director and Town Engineer. Right. That's right.
Asking, there we go. So Sean Knapp, your Public Works Director, Town Engineer. I also be doing a kind of a truncated presentation, much watered down from our May 10th presentation. And many things we'll just glance over, and we can come back to them if we have questions. But really our primary request here is if there's any project that we propose that you'd like priority switched in years in order, we can try to balance that out. Of course, everything is programmed with available funds. And if we're looking at, apples to apples, that's an easier switch than apples to oranges as far as the cost of the project.
Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're just going to address the hacienda right now, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So it'll be just hacienda focused.
Okay.
And it'll go very quickly.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So you've seen these slides before. We're focusing on the CIP. ongoing, new projects that are proposed and so on. And this is all predicated on town council goals that you've provided us at the beginning of the year, of course. And we have 5 different categories of assets or project improvement areas that we work on. And they're up here on the screen. And we've all seen this before in previous presentations. And again, we're focusing on the Hacienda projects of the CIP. And as presented, we're proposing budgeting the first 2 years of an allocation in the first 2 years of the program, of a 5-year program. The last 3 years are forecasted. And since the council does have this information within the CIP already, as published on the website, if there's any project that you would like changed in order, this is where we would get that input from you. So there's been several council members had questions about certain projects, like the Pavilion Flagstaff staircase. That has been moved out based on available funding out to a further year. And so there was questions about, can that be moved forward or not, and what would have to happen with that. So these are the Hacienda projects. Also near the Hacienda, of course, is Laguna Creek. So we have that on our project list. And then for parks and open space category, we have the Metal Gate and the Hacienda Creek fence. These are all pretty much safety features that need to be maintained. And then the total budget with all our projects for the 2 funded years is shown in this presentation. We're looking to spend about $21 million of capital improvements over the first 2 years. So I think that concludes all the Hacienda projects.
Thank you, Sean. Questions for Sean from council members? Steve?
So within the CIP, so we're only doing you're only addressing the next 2 years right now?
Yes.
Okay, but
We're looking for direction on and for allocations in the next 2 years. But if projects you'd like to move forward into those 2 years, we would suggest that you move something out.
Well, we have some project descriptions that I want to actually request changes to.
Of course.
But they're further out. They're
Sure.
in 26, 27. So are we doing that tonight, or are we, because it's part of the budget we're.
Well, if you'd like to consider that kind of administrative, you can provide those comments to us directly now or at a later point.
Are these substantive comments, Steve, or are they clarification? Or
To be honest with you, I do consider them to be substantive in that on any of the interior Hacienda projects, however far they go out, and there are 3 of them, which is the floor refurnishing in the fireside room and the HVAC system, and then those 2, I think, are the 2. They currently show being funded by asset replacement. And I don't want to show that because the contract with Wedgwood assigns that to Wedgwood. They're in charge of interior maintenance. Now, it's so far out, we really don't know that's where it's going to end up, but I'm wary of showing that. I would just rather put to be determined in terms of sourcing of funding on those 2 sheets.
Teresa?
Thank you. And Steve, I agree with that. And if we look at the Hacienda, if you go like around the beautiful fountain area and look at the dance room from the outside, it really needs painting badly. So I don't know when that's scheduled or who's supposed to pay for that. And the floors, I was at the Hacienda the other day and in the fireside room, and those floors, usually every year, we would redo those floors. And I don't know when it was done last, but it's looking pretty bad. So I concur that those are things that need to be dealt with, and I don't know when or who's paying for them, but the sooner the better.
Does that work in terms of the funding source to
Yeah.
To expand that a little bit to include what the contract?
Yes, we can identify it as to be determined. That's very easy.
Okay.
And we can explore that as we move forward. They're in the non-allocated years, forecasted years, and so that's not a.
Yeah, but they're out there.
Okay.
27.
Other comments?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Thank you.
It's okay. I get called sir all the time. I'm used to it. Okay, any other questions for Sean on this? Okay, is there, oh, I thought I saw a raised hand. Is there any public comment on the Hacienda portion of the program? Seeing none, have council members, have we all made our comments? Keep looking for Terry and he's not here.
I've made my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, and again, thank you for bifurcating this. So with that, I think we're going to bring Carrie back in. Welcome back, Carrie.
And my own thank you to staff for the work that it took to make this happen, so I appreciate it.
Hi again, I'm back. This is the second part of the show. This is the budget show, and this part is the townwide budget, and I'd like to have our town manager, Mr. Minnix, introduce this item. Thank you.
Okay, we go to the next slide. It's okay. Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the council, so we got the Hacienda items out of the way. Now we're going to go into the budget as a whole without making a direct reference to the Hacienda. Okay, are we ready? Okay, so here's how the evening is going to play out. Annie will give an overview of the total budget for all funds, very briefly, total appropriations, and then focus specifically on the general fund. She'll talk about the revenue estimates and so on, and then get into the appropriations. Then we'll talk about some of the other funds and then some other items, and then we'll have Sean walk you through on the CIP. I do want to say up front for those who may be watching at home and who may have not been following along the way, tonight is the culmination of a half a year's worth of effort. And 13, in the budget message in Exhibit A, or B, one of the exhibits, it delineates 13 public meetings to get to this point. So you've weighed in, the Planning Commission weighed in to ensure conformity with the general plan for the CIP, the state, what's the name of the group? The
Audit Finance.
Audit Finance Group, I'm sorry. The AFC and then the Measure K group have weighed in as well. So a lot of meetings to get here. Oops, sorry. And also, we followed your direction to convert from an annual budget format to a biennial budget format. And this will prove to be a big time saver down in the future. Some of us are exhausted because we've had to convert from one format to another, and it's a lot of work, and I keep telling staff, it'll be worth it, just trust me, we're going to get through it. But it does also force us, it's not just the ease of preparation over a long time, it also forces us to look further down the road, not just 1 year, we're looking 2 and beyond. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to Annie. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So as Mr. Mignay pointed out early, the budget cycle started back in July, start of new fiscal year, and in August to October, we do the closeout and the audit, and November to December, we do the year-end audit reporting. So in January, that's when town council goals were developed, and in February, we brought back the mid-year budget report to council, and it was adopted. From March to April is when we started to develop this budget, and in May, council has several budget discussion, and also master fee schedule was adopted. And here we are in June, where this is our first public hearing, and I guess on June 28, we're gonna have the final budget adoption. Next slide, please. Oh, I covered this already. Sorry, next slide. This budget was developed in compliance with townwide goals and priorities. So it took a lot of effort for all the staff here. And again, I want to thank all the department directors and their budget team, as well as Sylvia. We all work a lot of hours to get to this point. Next up. This budget is responsive to residents, businesses, and community stakeholders and partners. We did take into consideration all the feedback that we received from the AFC as well as residents, and we tried to appease everybody and build a budget that not only meets everybody's need, but also meet the 50% reserve requirement. That was a pretty heavy lift. Next up, please. Townwide appropriations. I wanted to begin with the townwide appropriation with all the funds. Here, you're going to see a list of about 11 funds, and I group all the little funds together at the bottom called other funds. In the current fiscal year 22-23, the budget is $26 million. And in fiscal year 23-24, the proposed budget is at $23 million, and in fiscal year 24-25, it's going to be at about $21 million. As you can see on this chart, the four largest funds that we have proposed for fiscal year 23-24 is general fund at $11.9 million, Measure K at $3.6, ARPA at $1.7, refuse, VIF at $1.1 million. And the next year for general fund is $12.2 million, Measure K is $3.4 million. ARPA would be zero because we're coming towards the end of ARPA, and so fiscal year 23-24 is our last batch of the allocation that we got. We received, so there won't be any more funding in 24-25. It will be all spent. And refuse, again, is the third largest item in fiscal year 24-25, and the gas tax is the fourth largest funds. Next slide, please. So I'm going to cover general fund. I'm going to be covering the revenues and then the expenditure and personnel and O&M costs. That will be the structure of my presentation. Next slide, please. General fund revenues. This slide shows the top 10 revenue sources for general fund. And as you can see, in fiscal year 23-24, the proposal is at $12.3 million, which consists of four largest revenue sources for the town. Number one is property tax at $5.4 million. Number two is department fees and charges is at almost $2 million. Number three is sales and use tax at $1.3 million, and number four is franchise fee at $932,000. And for fiscal year 24-25, we're proposing a modest 3% increase in most areas. So the total general fund revenue is $12.3 million. Property tax, again, is the biggest driver of our revenues at $5.6 million. The second is department fees and charges at $2 million, sales and use tax at $1.4 million, and franchise fee at $979,000. Next slide, please. The assumption that we used was a 3% general fund adjustment for revenue. And if there was a different assumption, we consult with other consultants, like we use Avenue Insights study, and we talk to other jurisdictions. And if there's no other compelling factor, we just use 3% in general. But if there were some other compelling reasons, we use different adjustments based on data and other information that we have access to. Next slide, please. Property tax. This is the largest general fund revenue source, as I mentioned earlier. It consists of 50% in both fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. Town manager and I estimate the growth to be 5% in year 1 and 3% in year 2. That was the estimate we used to develop the 5-year financial plan, and I think we're gonna hit those targets. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, department fees, sorry. This is the second largest general fund revenue. It consists of 16% of the general fund overall revenue, and it's 16% in fiscal year 23-24 and 17% in 24-25, a slight increase because I believe planning fees are gonna be a little bit higher in the next year. The estimate growth is 8% in the first year and 3% in the second year. Next slide, please. Sales tax. This is the third largest general fund revenue for the town. We do consult with Avenue Insights and also some of the conversations I had with the town manager, we adjusted accordingly. This sales tax is only the 1% local share only. It doesn't include Measure K because Measure K is tracked in another special fund. So that's accounted for separately. This is only the 1% local share. It consists of, sales tax makes up 11% in both fiscal year 23-24 and fiscal year 24-25. The estimated growth of sales tax is slightly less than 3% in the next year because I think the trend is pretty, consistent, but we did estimate the growth to be 1% for next year and 3% for the year after. Next slide. Franchise fee. This is our fourth largest general fund revenue source, and it makes up 8% of our total revenue in fiscal year 23-24 as well as 24-25. It's a little bit harder to project franchise fees because it depends on usage, and it's a bit hard to estimate, but based on historical data, the estimated growth is 8% and 5%. 8% for first year and 5% for the second year. So this is transfer fee is another component of general fund revenue. So transfers in are transfer made from other funds. As you can see on this chart, we have about 11 funds that are transferring money into the general fund. The biggest source of transfer in is gas tax. Gas tax, we get a lot of revenues for gas tax, and that's $521,000 in the first year and $547,000 in the second year. Asset replacement, this is the part where this year we had a surplus from last year, so we transferred $650,000 into asset replacement, and now we're transferring half of that back to general fund because we needed that amount to balance the general fund to meet the 50% reserve requirement. So we're proposing to transfer $325,000 back into the general fund from the asset replacement fund, and also we're proposing to transfer $310,000 from ARPA to the general fund. This is pretty consistent with last year's transfer, and this will be the last batch of ARPA funds. There's no more money after this transfer. As you can see, in fiscal year 24-25, we're proposing zero transfer from ARPA because it'll be all used up, and the guideline for ARPA is that it has to be encumbered by December of 2024. That's why all the funds are gone in 24-25. The fourth largest transfer in is from MPDES. That's at $249,000 in the first year and $257,000 in the second year. So as you can see, a lot of these funds are pretty consistent. Every year we do have some transfers in to help with the general fund. Excuse me. Next slide, please.
Very choked up about reality.
I know. Transfer in. I love transfers in. It really helps the general fund. So when I talk about revenue, I'm all choked up. General fund appropriations by department. So this chart really shows you what we use the money for. And it's broken out by departments. As you can see, we have four big departments: police, general government, public works, parks and rec, in that order. And then we also have a category called non-departmental, where it doesn't belong to a specific department. It's just a group of expenses that doesn't belong to, nobody wants to claim it, non-department. And then there's also planning, and we do have a transfer out, and the transfer out, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but this is a appropriations by department. The total is 11.9 in the first year and 12.3 in the second year. Next slide, please. Some of the general fund appropriation factors that we use, town manager and I have met several times to go over our methodology to develop this budget. We are not proposing any new services. And there's really no new positions, with the exceptions of 2 positions that were approved during this fiscal year. Which is the engineering technician, is a limited term, 2-year limited term duration, which Public Works Director presented to council during this fiscal year, and that was approved. So that's the only limited term for 2 years. And then the other position that we brought to council was a town manager and town clerk admin assistant, where we converted a 0.75 to a 1.0. So we increased that position by 25%. This budget also honors the MOU labor contracts, the 3% that employees are getting starting in July. We factor that into the personnel cost. It also covers all the general liability and workers' comp insurance costs. Our workers' comp and insurance costs have been escalating, and that's why you can see some of the costs are escalating due to mostly general liability. That's happening everywhere. In talking to some of my peers at other cities, everybody's really griping about insurance costs. And then this budget also makes sure we honor our CalPERS retirement obligations, the UAL payments that we have. This will cover all those costs for the next 2 years. And lastly, it really covers all the O&M increases. In general, we use a 3%. Some items might be more, some might be less, but I think overall it will average out. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the breakdown between what is the town spending the budget on. It breaks down salaries and benefits and operations and maintenance. I have a subtotal of just salaries and benefits and operations and maintenance, and then I also have the transfer out. So I want to talk about the first year. Salaries and benefit is roughly $7.5 million. Operations and maintenance is about $4.3 million, for a total of $11.8 million. In the second year, salaries and benefit totals about $7.7 billion. O&M totals 4.4 for a total of $12.1 million. And the transfer out that you see here is a transfer out that general fund is paying Palos for the loan that was given to general fund. So every year, we have about $115,000 to pay back Palos. So that's why you see a transfer out from general fund for that purpose. So the total amount is $11.9 million in year 1 and $12.3 in year 2. Slide, please. Personnel budget. I want to talk more about the personnel budget because it's the largest expenditure in the general fund. It consists of 63% of our total operating budget. And it's a total of 41.35 FTEs. This is not like half a body. It's because FTE is considered like part-time. We add it up, so it is a really odd number. But it's a lot of little part-timers that are cobbled together to get to 41.35. So that's consistent in the first year and the second year. The one thing that I want to point you to is the possible future addition of a new engineer position for the Public Works Director. He's proposing to add a future new engineer position to work on street pavement projects. Sorry, that's a typo, not payment. And using non-general fund. We're gonna see if the non-general fund can absorb this temporary position for the next few years to help with all the public works projects. Next slide, please. And this slide really gives you a good idea of what each department has. And thanks to the AFC committee, they recommended that I put the FTEs for each department, which I have. So for the planning, there's 4.7 FTEs, Parks and Rec, 6.39, General Government is 6.2, Public Works is 9.06, and the biggest department in our town is our police, 14.75. They help to protect the town, right? We need their services. So the total FTE is 41.35. Next up, please. O&M, Departmental Operating Budget. So we covered department's operating budget earlier, and some of these, like I mentioned earlier, consist of non-departmental, where nobody wants to claim these expenses. CalPERS is one, is shared between all the departments. It doesn't belong to any one single department. Insurance premiums also is townwide, and several other townwide items like training, and one of the items is mostly training, townwide training. Next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of who spends the most with the O&M, and you can see it's pretty equally divided, right, on this pie chart. Parks and Rec is at 28%, police is at 25%, general government is 25%, and public works and planning makes up 22%. So it's sort of sliced equally between these departments. And same for the second year, 24-25. The percentage, Parks and Rec is also the biggest O&M spend. They have the biggest piece of the pie, police 26. Actually, they're the same in this year. Parks and police are equal. General government, 3 departments are the same. And then public works and planning at 22%. Next up. So this slide just shows the CalPERS, UAL pension payments. We did budget for that, and we do. It's pretty stable so far, so it's about $650,000 for each year. And we do have the budget to pay for these. Next up. This slide shows where we're going to end after our revenues, our personnel costs, our O&M, and our transfers out. This is where we're going to end up. This is a projected ending fund balance. It might be higher, it might be lower. We don't know yet until the end of this fiscal year. Our projection that this fiscal year we're going to end at $5.6 million. And for fiscal year 23-24, our projection is $6 million. And then for fiscal year 24-25, we're projected to have $6.06 million as our ending fund balance.
So, just to point out, we are complying with the council direction of a 50% reserve.
Right.
For each fiscal year.
Right. Okay, next slide. So our town manager is going to cover other funds.
Okay. I can do this briefly. So you've had a very quick overview of the general fund on the appropriations and revenues. I'm going to touch on just a few of the other funds, and then we're going to have a little bit more in-depth discussion of those after. Okay, let's go to the first one. So the Measure K fund, as Annie indicated, this is the sales tax measure that the voters approved 10 years ago. Earlier in the council meeting, reference was made to all the work that's going on out there. So for the community, for those who are still watching, because you voted for this, significant work has taken place over the last few years, but right now is a culmination of a lot of really cool things. In the next couple of weeks, you're going to see a lot of streets getting the new surface and all that, the Cape Seal and so on. So it's all coming to fruition. So that sales tax generates about $3.6 million a year. Okay, and so that's in the budget for both years. 3.6 the first year, 3.389 the second year. The drop is not because of less revenue, it's just appropriations and the timing of projects. And in looking at the budget this week, it was pointed out, and we realized on the sales tax or revenue estimate piece, we were under by about 120,000 for the first year, 147 for the second year. It just was an oversight, no bad here, because we still have significant needs in order to do all the street pavement projects. I do want to point out, and Sean, our Public Works Director, has made this clear, while we're doing a lot of work, we're still playing catch-up after decades of neglect. So, and we're doing as much work as we can. If we had more staff and we had the ability to get more contractors on, we could be doing more. Even though we're doing a lot, the needs are still greater than the money that comes in. And it's going to take us probably another decade to really touch all of the streets that need it. And then the ones that we did 10 years ago or so, they're going to be in need of maintenance. So we're trying to get into a good rhythm and a good cycle. And we'll have a separate, more detailed session with the council on this. And we're also trying to be more accommodating on the various components of, I have to be very careful with my words at this point, but the various components of a street pavement project. But we've had some discussions with the council, and we'll get into that in a couple more months for the community to understand that. But we're laser focused on this. Let's go to the next slide. On the ARPA fund, the Administrative Services Director made reference, this is the last year of these monies. After the end of this fiscal year, vast majority of this money will have been expended. So of the 1.728 million left, the recommendation is to spend the lion's share of it, I'm sorry, 1.728, to spend 1.278, interesting play on those numbers, for storm drain repair work, major capital projects. The town facilities energy reliability project, we were talking about that earlier, 84,000 for that piece. And then the Laguna Creek restoration project, 56,000. That leaves $310,000. At this point, staff is recommending that we take that 310, transfer it over to the general fund so we can balance the budget. We're being very transparent. To achieve all the objectives of the general fund, we do need this revenue. It's a one-time source. And for the second year, we're proposing zero because in theory, it should all be gone. Next slide. On the Colorado's Development Fees Fund, zero for both years. In the town manager budget message, there was an oversight. I own that oversight. Maybe we were a little too excited thinking the project was going to, the development of the single-family homes was going to move forward sooner. We don't have evidence of that, so we're not assuming any additional money coming in. But there is a balance that was paid, some of the development impact fees that were advanced from the property owner, but we're not recommending doing anything new with those monies at this point in time. If opportunities present themselves for the next 2 years, we can come back to the council. Let's go to the next one. All right, at this point, I'd like to talk about unfunded items in the general fund to begin with. So as you read through the town manager's budget message, we lay it out for you that this is a bare bones status quo for a flat budget. We're not adding much of anything. And we are a low tax city and we're frugal, and that's great. There's challenges with that. So here's something, and the departments did a great job because we had to go back to them and say, pare it back, pare it back. There are some things that didn't survive. So if you look at the logo behind you, it says we incorporated in November 1974. Next year we'll celebrate 50 years. Some of the council members talked about we need to do stuff for the community. We need to do some celebratory things. Well, that costs money. So we thought at a minimum we'd put $100,000 in the budget. Really can't do a whole lot if you think about, but that's something. We're at 100, Annie, then we dropped it to 50, and then we took it out. Yeah. We're not going to give up on that. We're going to try to strategize and figure out how can we come up with some money so by the year 2024 we can do something for the community. So I just want to delineate that. That's an example. The evacuation study, that was initially in the budget. We had to take it out. We know it's very important. We're going to ask that, that you direct us or be supportive of us coming back with a plan to figure out how to fund this, perhaps work with other local government partners to share some of the funding. And I'll just say it out loud here, the fire department. We could talk to them about, hey, could you participate? And we'd like to partner with them and have them involved from the very beginning in the preparation of this study. There's a noise study that we need to get going on. That's $41,000. These are just a sample of the items. And then you did hear earlier in the presentation a desire with the La Mirada Spirit Van service for us to provide a subsidy. We used to provide a $9,000 subsidy. That was shelved a few years ago. So now you have a request for $20,000. So there are ways, if you're interested in doing that, that we could do that. We're going to ask that you direct us to go explore some options and come back to you by the June 28th date. So we'll go to the next page, next slide. Okay, the unfunded ARPA item, you heard some speakers earlier talk about some of the small business recovery grants that were not provided. So I did provide the council with a detailed overview, and I'm sorry, I apologize, it should have been made part of the public record. We'll make sure it is made part of the public record. But this grant program, back in April, a year ago, the council appropriated $150,000 for $35,000 grants. This was to come out of the town share of the ARPA funds that the federal government provided. And I know there was a lot of give and take on this, but your ultimate decision in the record is to do $150,000. That program was subscribed very quickly. So the grants were provided. And a year ago, in a meeting just like this, you're working on the 22-23 budget. You said, hey, we want to do another $100,000. You appropriated $100,000. Now, the rules were pretty clear. It's the money's available until all the grant applications come in and it runs out, or you get to March 30th of 2023. So a total of $250,000 was appropriated. 50 grants were awarded within the time frame, and then the program had concluded. But subsequent to that process, a total of 6 grants came in. It was believed to have been 4, or applications, I'm sorry. It's getting late here. So a resident has made us aware and has asked that we bring this to your attention through the budget process, so that's what we're doing now. So you have to make a public policy decision. What do you want to do with this? Your direction has been adhered to. There was a process here. 6 folks came in late. It's your decision what you want to do with this. And if you do want to fund these, then we have to look at a funding source, and it needs to come from the ARPA funding. It really can't come from the general fund or other sources. There are legal problems with that. And if we're to come up with $30,000 for this, we have to take it out of reserves, out of the fund balance. So it could be done. It's your call. It's your decision to make. Okay, let's go to the next one. Measure K. You heard me talking a little bit about that. Even though there's a lot of projects in the budget for street pavement projects and storm drain projects, stormwater projects, and maybe some others, there's still not enough money to take care of all of it. We do have the additional sales tax revenue coming in. And at this point, you have some options there. You heard a speaker earlier had a suggestion about repaying money to the Palos Colorado's development fund. That's an option. That's your call. That's your decision if you want to do that. Measure K funds can be used for a whole variety of purposes. There is a commitment to the community, though, that you focus on the public improvements such as street pavement projects and storm drain projects. I do want to talk a little bit more about that engineering position. We don't have it in the budget, but the capital projects that are funded by Measure K, Sean has money built in factoring in there's going to be another position to manage those projects. So we're taking on a lot of projects. We don't have enough staff or even private contractors to manage them. So we are very interested in doing like a 10-year position to be funded primarily out of Measure K and other non-general fund sources. We're going to come back to that in a few months. So there are some decisions to be made here. And let's see what the next slide is. So that's it. We can go to we can break now and do CIP, or if you want to ask questions on
Yes.
the operational side,
Yeah,
you might want
let's-
to do that now.
Let's do, I would appreciate that. Annie, if that's okay with you, and Scott, do we have any council member questions about the operating budget?
Is all the slides we just watched? Yes.
On the budget, on the operating budget?
I did read what you had sent around about this request for 6 late applications for ARPA funds. So in other words, the request is that 6 people who didn't meet the deadline, we should put in the budget to pay them $5,000 each and nobody else? Is that,
No.
what?
They met the deadline.
Well, the way the program was structured, it was until the program closed when the money ran out, or March 2023, whichever came first. The money ran out in October of '22. These applications came in after the money had run out. So the program had closed and is still closed. And so we're being asked the question of whether we should allocate however much to provide grants to those applicants. So they got in before March of '23, but they came in after the.
But you said it closed at the earlier of those two things.
Yes, right.
It was closed.
It was closed.
So is there that only these people and nobody else, no other small business who might say, well, I thought it was closed, so I didn't put money in. I mean, what about people who actually respected the deadline?
Correct. So I'll try to make this clear. So when you set it up, it was first come, first serve. All right. We're going to say $250,000 was put in place as of last June. So you had 50 applications that were eligible, came in, the grants were provided, the money was awarded, ran out of money. And according to the resolution and the action the council took, first come, first serve, when the money's gone, that is it. The date of March 30th, 2023, there was a date put in there to establish an ending time period, but it was fully subscribed much sooner than that.
Yeah,
Okay,
I get
the
it.
word was out, apparently, that, okay, it's done, but there were still some, I shouldn't say it's done. It was known that the funding amount was spent, but 6 applications had come in, and they meet the requirements, but the funding was not there anymore, so it had ended.
Okay, but you just touched on my second question, which is they met the requirements of the program?
Yes.
Because what you sent me didn't seem at all convincing that they needed money now.
Oh, this program is not about whether or not they needed the money. There was eligibility requirements. Is your business in Moraga? Do you have less than 20 employees? Are you not a big chain? We didn't get involved. This is not means tested. There were certain criteria. We were following the guidelines from the federal government for those municipalities that wanted to provide these type of grants. So you set the parameters. Here's the total budget. Here's how much each one is. First come, first serve. When the money runs out, it is over. Now, if you wanted to extend it, you would have to take action to extend it.
Got it. Okay, those are my questions about it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I got a few.
Oh, sorry, didn't see your hand.
Sorry. Easy one. Slide 8. At least it's slide 8 in my packet. General fund revenue. Number 4, interest earnings. I just wanted to go over what the reason is for the approximately $200,000 delta from adjusted FY 22-23 to subsequent years.
Thank you, Councilmember Hillis. That's a great question. I'm pleased to report that the Finance Department was very in tune with the cash flow, so we were able to convince Mechanics Bank, our regional bank, to give us a higher interest rate. I opened up a new money market account. In the past, for all these years, we just have the checking account. So we opened up a new money market account, earning us a lot of interest. I mean, literally, we're gonna probably earn about $350,000 to $400,000 of interest.
Wow.
Yes, and then, yeah, for all funds. So what Sylvia does, she allocates the interest to all the funds, and the portion that belongs to general fund is $250,000. So it's a great contribution that the department has made to the town.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
A few others, on the cost for the 50th, you had $100,000 noted. Was that just an estimate, or did we break that up by something?
No details, just a rough estimate. Having been through this type of thing before, it depends we don't even know what the council would be interested in, but if you wanted to do some fun things and events, it would have a price tag. But it's just an example of stuff that's not in there.
And so having gone through planning of a 50th recently, a little bit of a larger organization, it did take, planning for that was well over a year in advance to get it done. I doubt it would take that long for this organization, but when's the first mid-year budget update?
We would probably be around the holidays, probably in December, January. We still might come to you earlier, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We would have to, actually. Yeah.
And on the, I believe we answered a lot of the questions on the small business grant. One of the questions that I had was, for ARPA funds, what are the stated uses for those funds?
I can answer that question. It can be used for general government and also a lot for infrastructure, which is why a lot of the allocations is being allocated to Public Works Department. So it's pretty loose, and because we are a small governmental agency, they do allow the money to be used to offset revenue loss.
But clearly the program that we had envisioned, it does fit within the business grants, fits within the.
It does, yeah. Business grant is one of the criteria that the money can be used for, and the revenue loss, as well as a lot of infrastructure projects for public works.
Got it. And I think I had just a couple more. I think this got answered, but under the transfer out on, I think it was yours, maybe I have it as our slide 17, it might have been a different one for you, general fund appropriations by category. You had mentioned the transfers outward to repay a loan from the Palos Fund, which is different than the loan repayment that former Councilman McClure was discussing?
Yes, that's different. The transfer out that we have budgeted in general fund is for the bond, the COP bond that was issued. And what Mike McClure was referring to is the $1.5 million of Section 115 trust that Palos gave to fund the Section 115 account.
Got it.
And I'm very pleased to report that account is doing really well so far. We're earning, Sylvia, about $100,000 probably. Not yet. Almost there, yeah. So in a short period of time, I think with the interest that we're earning plus that, we're doing really well.
And I think I have only one other question that fits in this category, and I think it does because this is from the staff report, not from the presentation. And then if this doesn't, we can talk about it later. This was on the staff report, page 16, under future opportunities, specifically for Ream Center redevelopment mixed-use opportunities. New housing and retail uses at this location are under review,
Yeah.
which that suggests that we have something in hand.
Yeah, and I was going to get to that later, but yes, that property owner has some projects that is working on. Can I talk about that? Is that all right to talk about some of those, or?
Not yet.
Not yet?
You can mention it, but it's not for discussion tonight.
Yeah. So a possible grocery store and some housing.
Can I just interrupt for a second? We time out at 10:30, not at 10.
That's correct.
Okay, just checking. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'm gonna hit those a little bit later.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
All right. That concludes my questions.
Okay, any other questions on the operating budget? Okay, so what I'm going to propose is now we do capital improvement, and let's try to keep it succinct. And then we will take public comment. We'll take council member questions on capital improvement. We'll take public comment on both those items, and then we'll bring it back for any further council suggestions. And again, this is a study session, so we will just provide direction as needed if we want any changes. And then, Scott, I would ask that if we're pressed on time, I would like to resolve the budget before getting to the opportunities and challenges, if that's all right. Sorry, it just, we don't want to, yeah.
The public works director, I was going to be very brief.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, one more check. Okay, the mic is on. Thank you again. Sean Knapp, your Public Works Director and Town Engineer. Less is better, or more, as they say. So again, this is our townwide program, which of course is not focusing on the Hacienda, but townwide projects. The council has seen them multiple times, and we've shared them with other committees, of course, and it's in the packet. Again, the request is if there's something that seems out of place as far as priorities and orders, that's what we're asking the council to weigh in. So again, we have 5 different categories of improvement expenditures, the first being the municipal buildings and facilities. It's a longer list, so it goes on to the second slide, of course. We have the creeks and drainage. As mentioned before, we are spending ARPA funds on the first project here, the 21-23 annual storm drain project. We're just finishing up the design. We'll be putting that up to bid, and that's going a long way as far as repairing our storm drain systems. In the parks and open space, we have numerous projects that are currently ongoing or will be started soon, and council is fairly familiar with those. And then I was asked to highlight the emphasis that the council has put on public safety around schools and other areas. This is just a short list of projects that will improve safety around schools. Some of them are town-wide projects which have locations around schools, projects not dedicated just to the school, but in general, all these projects have safety features. And specifically, we have the Chorus Drive Safe Routes to School, and the pedestrian improvements on Camino Pablo serving those 2 schools directly projects. And then, of course, our largest category of capital improvements is our transportation. We have a number of dedicated funds that enable us to do this work, and it's this couple slide list. And that's really the conclusion of the quick review of the CIP. As you can see, we have about $3.9 million requested carryover that would be funding the current upcoming fiscal year 23-24 with $5.3 million, followed by a request of $11.6 million in the second year. And it has to do with timing of projects. If you have any questions or if you have any suggestions, this would be the time, of course.
Questions of Sean?
I have a question.
Carrie.
And hopefully it's a quick one. So this is on CIP page 41, project number 22-403 regarding the Bollinger Canyon mitigation trees. Just quick questions. What was the reason for the tree failure? Looks like it's going to be a $100,000 expenditure over the upcoming series of years. And just wondering what we're doing to ensure success of those trees. Are we doing tree gators? What are we doing to keep them alive?
Yeah, that's a good question. So this is part of a mitigation to a previous project, a slide repair project along Bollinger Canyon. Trees were planted in a number of locations. Watering was done by hand. During the dry seasons, those trees did not survive. And several attempts were made to replant them and just hand water them with a watering truck, and we were not successful. So again, we're going to be looking at alternative methods, hiring a landscape contractor that specializes in this to make sure that we have a properly designed system, and they're also going to be warranting it, the lifespan of the trees. And so this is a mitigation measure that we have to complete in order to get further permits from the environmental agencies.
Thank you. And I think I had only one other question, and town manager addressed this previously, but I just wanted to be sure that for project number 46-402, which is the Ream Boulevard highly visible crosswalk, we have not yet identified the exact location for this, meaning I know the case for it, I think that's laid out here is for access to this building, but there could be a case made that multiple uses, including to get over to Town Bakery from the movie theater, for example. Have we set on a location, or are we still?
Yeah, we do not. It's not a funded project at this point. It's been a desired project, and there's a multiple improvements along this corridor, including lighting, accessibility, and it's some of it's printed on the development of the retail center over there, and where we'll be best served how to cross the street appropriately. So again, we're looking toward the future. We try to plan for the future, but until we have a solid nexus of how we want to approach it, we're not asking to fund it at this time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of Sean? Oh, Steve.
Real quick. And Scott, I have another study to propose for tonight.
Yes, for Moraga Road.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, I prefer not to do it tonight because we're tight on time, but can we work on that between now and the end of the next meeting and present it at that point? Yes.
Yeah, Steve, do you want to just briefly say what exactly?
Well, it's really trying to address we have Palos Colorado's funds to address impacts. Palos Colorado's is going to impact Moraga Road between Campo Lindo and Villa Granada, the town line. There are some good reasons to do a high-level study to get an idea of what those impacts are, just to get ahead of the game, make sure that there's some good reasons to do that. And that's really what I'm trying to do. It's a small study.
Yeah, so the idea is for staff to work on and come back to us with something in what we see in 2 weeks.
Yep.
That provides for that. Is other council members in favor of providing that direction?
No, actually, because if you read the Palos Colorado's, it talks about money for that, for development in the structure, I don't know the right words, but it talks about that. And so we don't have a project right now. I mean, they're not coming to ask for grading, or anything. We don't have a tipping point for funds. And so I don't really think that this is the time. I think when they come to us, then we'll have a better understanding of what we need. And then they'll be paying for it. So that's how I think.
Carrie or David?
So I'm supportive in concept, but I share some of the concern that what are we asking them to evaluate for? Like, so if we don't yet, we have an idea of how many houses they said they wanted to develop if they were to do that. It would just, I would want to be sure that we're not spending money that tries to solve the wrong solution.
As I understand it, Steve, what you're proposing is really to provide kind of a baseline, because it would be based on current conditions.
Correct, and anticipate, well, look, it's to, for example, if we have to do something out there in that point, and Palos Colorados will have a limited scope that they'll take care of. If we have to make it work in the future, for example, intrude into the Laguna Creek wetlands, that's going to take an extended period of time after they start their work. This is.
If I can pass, so my understanding of the follow-up is that we have an idea of what the relative cost would be for that infrastructure improvement.
I want to know I think we need to know the relative cost so that we make sure we keep enough of the Palos Colorado funds aside and not spend them, because we do sometimes tap into that.
Okay, so I think we have. I'm in favor of exploring this. If we can just work out the details offline, that would be great. Teresa, I know you're not in favor. David?
Let me add something to that,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. One reason I'm not in favor of it is if you look at the list, the laundry list of what engineering has, and they're trying to even hire another person for capital improvements. They don't have the staff to be adding another program. I mean, if I'm going to add something, I want more work on safe routes to schools or something like that, as opposed to a problem that we don't have yet, and that we won't even have to pay for it. So I think that the idea is right, but I don't think the timing is right.
Well, I think there's a majority of council members who would be in favor of exploring this. And all of these, I hear you, Teresa, but we leave that to the considered judgment of Scott and the.
I didn't actually say what my thought was.
What's your thought?
My thought is, I agree with Teresa, but because even though in theory it does make sense to know what a cost is going to be, I don't know how many thousands of dollars this is going to cost, but if it's just spending $5,000 or $10,000 to do something that's going to get done again, that doesn't seem like a great expenditure.
Okay. All right. I think everyone's views are noted, so we leave it to your considered judgment. Thank you, Steve. Okay, at long last, it is time for public comments. Mike, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you.
And we're 3 minutes, please, everyone.
I'm here to discuss and advocate for ARPA grant funding for the 6 small business remaining grants. Those small businesses met the requirements of the program and they met the timeline. The issue is the funding ran out. So let's just be clear about what they did. For background, staff received $4.2 million of federal funding for economic COVID relief with very broad guidelines. The staff first report did not allocate any money for Moraga small businesses. The town council pushed back, and a small business grant program was created with round 1 funding of $150,000. At that meeting, a council member, not me, said, quote, "Not necessarily the endpoint, and budgets can be changed," end quote. Fact check 4/13/22, go to the tape, 3 hours and 37 minutes, and understand the difference between the program and the funding. So the issue in front of us is the funding ran out. The program is there and they met the requirements. Staff then came back to town council in a public meeting and reported on the round 1 funding. They said, round 1 funding has been exhausted and we still have ARPA fund balances today, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The town council took input from the chamber, businesses, and everyone, and they authorized additional funding of $100,000. The town council has not received any public update from staff regarding the second round of funding before today. So that remains the question. My suggestion is use the same process process you did after the round one funding ended. Okay, so what are the facts? Round two funding, $600,000 has been used. It's exhausted. There are 6 grants. They met the requirements. They met the timing, but there's no funding. So now the town council has the same decision they had after round one. Should the council approve 6 grants for $30,000? ARPA currently has $310,000, primary purpose, economic COVID funding, and there's no other COVID-related funding needs for that. The town manager, again, was generous with his time, and he said, well, if the council wants to approve $20,000 at the time, now $30,000 for these grants, that's fine, and the thought was there'd be a way to balance the budget. I'd like to remind people that these businesses lost up to $40,000.
Mike, your time is up.
Okay. If I could wrap up.
Oh, sorry, 25 seconds. Apologies. I can't read a watch.
Give me 10 back. Of the $4 million, 93%'s gone to the town, less than 7%'s gone to businesses. Bill Snyder had to leave after 3 hours. And he said, Mike, just remind them, you all do great campaign speeches, but please, show us the money, pay the businesses, please, this grant money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, any other public comment? John, hi.
So obviously, as the former president of the board, we work closely with the town for the ARPA funds. Obviously, if there's a way to properly balance the budget and give these businesses the funding they need, as a private resident, I'm definitely in support of it. However, going through the budget process, seeing everything, seeing where the needs are, it's understandable. But I do think there should be a little more, not necessarily investigating, but understanding if the need of the businesses is worth the $30,000 that will be taken out of the general fund. And I would ask the council to direct the town manager to do not heavy, but just light research of going back and seeing if there was any pushback or if there was any expression of need, and that should be explored for selected businesses. But I do understand that it was black and white. It was black and white on purpose, to be very clear, to be very transparent. And I do want to City Council Member Shapiro's point is if we let these 6 businesses get it, what about the people that didn't apply because they thought it was closed? That's going to open up floodgates that I don't know if we want to open. So that's just what I think. Obviously, definitely want to support businesses, but at the same time, me and our executive director at the time did work closely with the former town manager as well as council to ensure that there was clear guidelines and understanding due to past grant programs that weren't as clear and caused confusion. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I will close public comment and now bring it back to the council for any further input or direction. I think we've given some through our question period. But why don't I just tick off a couple things that have come up and see where the council would like to go. The first is what was just addressed, which is this issue of the 6 applications for business relief. The question, Scott, if we allocated $30,000 out of the 310, what would that do to the reserve level? Would we dip between 50, below 50?
I can answer that very quickly, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the first year, we'd still be at 50%. The second year, we'd go down to like 49.7%, but Annie and I, between now and June 28th, we could figure out a way to make sure the second year ends at 50% even.
What is the council's wish on whether to, yes, Steve?
Just my data is in inner city communications experience with El Sobrante, who spent basically all of their ARPA funds for renters. They just put it out there, and likewise Hayward spent it all on businesses. I can talk both ways on this, but I think the optics say that we should try to fund these last 6 and be done with it.
David?
I'm dead set against it.
Okay. Teresa?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
One is the point I made during the questioning. If it ended, it ended. All right? Now, if there really were people who were suffering, businesses that were suffering, and they made an application, and none of them actually came here tonight, I don't think. Mike came on their behalf, and I'm not really sure what the relationship Mike has to all these people, other than maybe some commitment to a policy that he liked when he was on the council. But none of these people came and explained to us why their businesses, if they even have businesses, because I looked at the applications, and some of them, I couldn't even tell what their businesses were. So in general, I think we shouldn't do it, just on the principle of you had a deadline, it was passed, whether there was a March outer date or not, it passed, and then these 6 people are they haven't even explained why they need the money now when COVID is over. So I would much rather spend the money on the Spirit Van, frankly, which we haven't talked about, and it seems compelling. Okay.
Teresa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the program was very successful. I think residents came and Chamber really acted on this and, brought it to the public. And I think it was a huge success. And I like how it had certain, it was first come, first serve. That was made very, very clear. And also it said when the money runs out, the money runs out. And so I think the optics were clear, and I think we did a good job, and Chamber especially did a great job. So I think it's a success. And, there's always going to be some who say, oh, I didn't know about that. How about me? Or for whatever reason. But I think that it was a huge success, and I think we should leave it at that. And I agree, we're going to be talking about the Spirit Van, and those people came, even with a walker. So, I think if I'm going to give, $20,000, that's where my money is going. So that's my thought.
Carrie?
So my understanding in talking through this earlier today was that the 2 choices aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, and I wanted to see whether or not staff can help with that. I understood that funding wasn't robbing Peter to pay Paul to say, if you do the grant, then you can't do the Spirit Van. Is that accurate? Are there other potential pools of money that would be available to fund that?
The Spirit Van? Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I would encourage council to separate the 2 items. I can understand the thinking, but I would separate them, and on the merits of each individual topic, how do you want to proceed? And we can make it happen for you.
So I believe that the policy intent was to provide grants, that there was a reason for there to be 2 metrics, and I think it was to be limiting. I feel that I could understand how several business owners could have applied in good faith, thinking that the program was not yet exceeded. And I think I can be empathetic with that, especially since there are still ARPA funds remaining, and it is a very small fraction of those funds. So I'm inclined to be supportive as long as it's made very clear that it's this and no more.
And I agree with that. So I think you have direction from council to figure this out so that we can do the 30,000. But yes, but make it very clear that this is because these folks came in, we will assume on good faith, believing that they were timely, that they were there by March 23rd, 2023, or whatever the date was. And it is on that basis, and just, again, bespeaking our support for our business community and that we are behind the business community. So let's get this, I think we should get this done, and it's a wrap, and it's, the door is closed and bolted. But
One further request on that, and that is to make sure that all of these people who we're now saying are going to get money from the town are actually businesses doing business in Moraga.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to just double check, because, I'm not sure
Yeah.
that they're still all eligible.
Yeah, I agree, especially when you hear that, some of these funds, the federal government lost billions of dollars.
Yeah, so if we could just do just a quick audit of the application.
And we'll confirm that the 6 are still businesses in
Legit,
town.
yeah. Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
All right, so that's that one. On La Miranda Spirit, I mean, just if I may just tell the council that there is the possibility that there is funding for this that is outside of our general fund, like in the LFFA funds, and this is a La Miranda program, so it would be, I think, appropriate at a minimum to see if we can assist with securing funding from somewhere else. I'm not saying we don't ultimately say yay, but I'm wondering if we could direct staff to work with La Miranda Spirit to see if there are alternatives, but if they aren't, to come back with a proposal on how we can do this without
Busting the budget.
busting the budget. Are we agreeable on that? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Did I read the room right on that? Okay.
Betcha.
All right, so we've done the Moraga Road study, we addressed that. The 100th anniversary, what would the council's desires around that?
I think we need to celebrate.
Yes, it's a given that we need to celebrate. The question is, do we want to have staff come back to us with a proposal for the budget?
Yes.
Is that a thumbs up? Yeah. Okay. Then I believe on the evacuation study, which was removed, my understanding from what the town manager said is that the idea here is to bake this a little more fully and see if we can get cooperation from the other cities and from the fire district, because this is not a silo analysis.
Yep.
This is a La Miranda analysis.
Yep.
Okay, is that good?
Questions on that, because this is such a pressing concern, when do you think we would get back an update on what a timeline is and when that would fit?
Very, very quickly. So we'll have a roadmap for the June 28th meeting.
Got it.
I see some of these, they may not be in the budget in terms of appropriations, but there'll be direction on how to proceed on the topics, which might mean we come back 2 or 3 months later with appropriations. I apologize, I get feedback. I have to repeat that? What I just said, I'll make sure we do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so is there anything else that a council member would like to add to the list of? No, good, okay. Thank you. I think it's a wrap on this, if that's all right, Scott. We can do the opportunities and challenges another time.
I can do it on the 28th.
That's
Do it on
fine.
28th,
yeah.
Because that should go much more quickly.
I could say very quickly, though, this budget does have the startup performance measures. I know that that's important. And in the budget message, we delineate the challenges, many of we talked about tonight, and we talk about, I want to end on a positive note, there's a lot of great opportunities for the community and this organization, and folks can read the budget and see those delineated. So at the end of the night, the glass is half full.
The glass is half full, and I want to thank you, Scott, and staff for a couple things. One is the public safety and pedestrian safety, school safety emphasis in the CIP, in the budget. The performance metrics for the first time, I think that's a great development. The biennial budget, I think, is extremely helpful. So this, I think, is a great draft. And given the comments, I think this is all around the margins and not at the core. So thank you.
Okay.
Do we need to do the?
Yes, could I have I think we need.
A move for 15 more, like quarter till?
Quarter till, yes. We have a motion to extend the meeting till.
Quarter till.
10:40, is that 10:45?
10:45.
10:45, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, great. So thank you, everybody. Great discussion. Okay, next item. We need to do the Moraga Street Lighting Assessment District. So this is an action item. We need to consider and adopt a resolution that approves the engineer's report for the lighting district, declares the town's intention to levy and collect assessments. Do the council want a staff report, or are we ready to move?
I'm ready to move.
Okay, let's go, let's move.
I propose approving, let me start again. I propose we approve the engineer's report for the Town of Moraga Street Lighting Assessment District 1979-1 for fiscal year 2023-24 and adopt resolution declaring the Town of Moraga's intention to levy and collect assessments under Assessment District Number 1979-1, Town of Moraga Street Lighting fiscal year 2023-24, and setting a public hearing for June 28th, 2023. Do we need to do anything on CEQA on this?
No, there is no.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay.
You didn't really want to give a presentation.
That was my best staff report yet.
That was the best. You get 5 stars for that one. It's the highest rating on Yelp, Sean.
That's funny.
All right, next item, housing element, spring 2023 community outreach update. Afsha, hello. Thank you for reporting out on this, and give us the highlights.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is a very brief report, and there's no direction. It's informational only. We've, since we adopted the housing element in January, we've continued to do public outreach. We took advantage of the community fair that was held by the council. And then we also had a separate focus outreach on housing on May 18th. At the booth, we had about 30 people. At the focused May 18th session, we had 7 people attend. In general, what we saw that the interest is housing for seniors, memory care, affordable housing for seniors is what we got the feedback on. Redevelop Bream and Moraga, and look at development regulations and zoning regulations so that we can get more multifamily and get the 2 commercial centers revitalized. So this was consistent with the surveys we've done. And the other report out was that we are updating our website with information on affordable housing, on resources for developers, so that we can make development easier in the 2 commercial centers. And the last one was that HCD. And as of writing this report, we basically had reported out that we'd try to reach out to HCD, and we'd submitted a draft, and we were waiting for them. Today, actually, we got comments back on the draft, so this afternoon. So we're going to be working with the consultant team over the next week, and then we will come back to you. Actually, we're going to have a meeting first with HCD over the next week or so, and then we will come back to you with the revisions. Most of it has to do with AFFH, so that's no surprise.
Thank you. Excellent report, Afsha. Thank you. Any questions?
I've got a question.
Yes.
So are the developers going to you for advice with advice for all of the things, like the bonuses, for example?
Yes, yes.
They are.
Over the last 6 months, not only have we gotten input from developers on the development incentives, but now, as it's all been solidified, I've been meeting with developers on a regular basis. And I've been sharing out all the information, the development incentives, the rezoning, and there's a lot of interest, consistent interest in working with the town and moving projects towards an application.
So you feel hopeful that the developers will be giving you an application? And what time frame do you think that will happen?
2 of the developers that I've spoken to, they will be bringing in their applications within probably the next month. So one is an application already. It's an SB 330 application. It's for the property on School Street. So they want to revise it and they want to increase the number of units. So that's one. The other that I've been working with for a number of months is the grocery store and 2 pad buildings. And that's not an application yet, but there's a very strong.
Yeah.
It's percolating.
And you met the developer at the development roundtable. And I think he had already shared that information publicly, so.
Jay Kerner of
U.S. Realties, yes.
Thank you. All right, any other questions of Afsha?
Quick question. And at the risk of this sounding overly snarky, what is it going to take to get HCD to yes? Like, I feel like, what has this been, the 4th revision or something at this point?
This is the 3rd revision, the third formal revision. My very brief conversation with our consultant was that we're close and it's all very doable. I think HCD is showing a willingness to just have informal meetings with us, and that's what we want. That shows a positive sign. And then before we do anything formal, we will bring it to council.
But is it similar to the other revisions that these are largely non-substantive to the overall?
We feel they're non-substantial, yes.
Got it.
That they're revisions that we can do. They require a little bit more of, give us a time frame, give us locations, make it much more much more specific to Moraga.
Thank you. Any other questions of Afsha? Is there any public comment on this item? All right, thank you. Afsha, I just want to say that the community outreach that you did a few weeks ago I thought was really good. I mean, it's not about quantity, it's quality. I mean, we had 7 people there, but I think you had a great cross-section of the community, and everyone had very articulate and deeply held views. So I think it was a very helpful session.
Yes, I think so too. I didn't have to explain what RENA was. I didn't have to explain the number of units. They were already in these conversations. They were already, sharing their narratives. And
you had some excellent attendees there.
Yes.
And it was nice to have the town center, the one couple really complimented.
Yeah.
They like living there.
Yes.
And they take offense at people criticizing that, and they should take offense at it because it is a nice facility.
Well, and it was a demographic that we're trying to reach, which is families with young children.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they said that there's 2 things that they valued. They valued the schools and they valued the parks.
Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you, Afsha. Thank you for bearing with us until this late hour. Okay, I'm now opening the public hearing on the second reading of the Contra Costa County amendments to the state building code. Do we need a report, or can we just go to a motion?
Let's go to the motion.
Okay, wonderful. Would you like to make it, Teresa?
The report.
Just don't say consider.
Okay. We waive the second reading and adopt ordinance repealing and replacing Moraga Municipal Code, Chapter 15.04, Building and Construction of Title 15, and adopting by reference certain sections of Contra Costa County Ordinance Number 2022-35, which adopts the 2022 California Building Code, the 2022 California Residential Code, the 2022 California Green Building Standard Code, the 2022 California Electric Code, the 2022 California Plumbing Code, the 2022 California Mechanical Code, and the 2022 California Existing Building Code, California Code of Regulation Title 24, Part 2, 2.5, 11, 3, 5, 4, and 10, and making certain amendments thereto.
Second.
Wait a minute.
Do you need the CEQA?
It's written.
No, that's fine. It's
Okay.
incorporated in the
Well,
item.
We have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I'd like to open this for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? It passes unanimously. Thank you, Afsha. Excellent presentation. Okay, next is discussion items. There are none. Are there any council requests for future agenda items? Seeing none. Communications, in the packet, there were thank you letters from the council to the Moraga Community Foundation and to the Kiwanis Club for donations to the Commons Enhancement Project. Town manager follow-up and announcements. Anything to wrap us up, Scott?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, no additional follow-up from tonight. We will do as directed on the budget. Come back to you on the next meeting 2 weeks from tonight, June 28th. We'll have a variety of items on the agenda as well as the budget. Do want to remind everybody what we mentioned earlier. We did send out 1,200 notices to residents about the street paving projects in and around their neighborhood. So for those who are still watching, go to the town's website to learn more about how your street may or may not be impacted. We apologize in advance for any inconvenience, but the greater good is probably worth the grief along the way. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing nothing further, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Should we retain any of these because we're going to be dealing with the same subject at the next meeting? We'll clean them up.